maybe you press the button.
Yesterday, so I've had to go today.
We're now dialed up.
Chop liver, are we?
No. I find actually people in general are extremely nice about all the commentary on the county matches.
You wait till your team loses.
That's the thing.
It's
I
your
don't have
fault.
a team.
It's your fault.
I don't have a team. That's the.
So I thought we were going double sweaty today. I thought she's wearing a sweater. I'm putting my notes one on.
You've got. So no, I spilled coffee on it yesterday, didn't I? But I've literally got 3 jumpers. This is one. That was one yesterday, and that was a freebie. I've got 2 hoodies, both of which were left. They were both left behind by Australian visitors who stayed with me.
Yeah.
I've just not got any warm clothes. I'm going to have to go down to Harborne tomorrow to the charity shop because I don't want to go out and spend a lot of money in case it does actually warm up.
Well, it'll go cold again at some point, won't it?
Yeah, but because I'm not over here during the winter, I just don't have a lot. I thought when I came back over here after being back home for COVID for 2 years, I thought I had more warm clothes here, and I don't. But then I haven't been here when it's been too bad. But this sort of 6 weeks that I've been back here, crikey, it's just been tough. I tell you what, county cricket players are hard. They're hardcore, man. Proper.
Must be tough having homes in different hemispheres, wasn't it?
As our county cricket spectators, there was sometimes usually
Oh
the last
my
to begin.
God!
Could I just check,
yes.
Dave? Do you need to be next door at 11 o'clock?
I do.
Okay, so what shall we do to start with then?
We should say good morning at 5 to 11 and the prospects of play and what's happened and this and that and what do you think will happen
play,
and then here they come and and then you take the first over and then I'm back for the end of the first over.
Okay, mate.
And then we discuss.
Are they?
I don't see why they wouldn't start on time. I mean,
Oh really? Because it was drizzling a moment ago.
It's just a protection at the moment, isn't it? If it gets heavier, they'll.
There's some clag forecast for about 12, isn't there? So.
Oh right.
I mean, so do you want to do the first half an hour, Dave, and then?
If I got time to go and get coffee then?
Yeah, if they.
Not from the press room, you haven't.
Well,
really?
someone's on the way up to turn
Are they?
apparently.
All right.
Are you okay to do 11:30 to 12? Is that all right?
11:30. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Dave, do you want to do the first hour, or do you want me to do the first hour?
I'll do the first hour. Perfect.
I'll come back in at 12 then.
Yeah.
So you want
Perfect.
What? Hang on. So you want me to do what?
You and I from 11:30 till 12. You and Brian from 12 till 12:30, unless
So
we're
I'm on 11:30.
unless we're under a deluge of rain by then.
Sweet.
So,
Then I will go grab a coffee.
Well, like I say, I've just literally come down from up there and it's still working up Danny. So I'll be down here in 3 minutes.
You what, mate? Good to go? Yeah. Are they out there? What they're doing with that? They're taking it off. Thank goodness. Good to go? Yeah.
Morning. Brilliant, many thanks. Well go, good to go then. That is they're taking the motor covers off, so it's horrible. So they try and time it when we're doing post-match interviews as well. It's ever so considerate of them. They'll be gone in 10 seconds. Ha! Right, okay, mate. Oh, we'll be quieter in a few seconds. Okay, mate. Okay, mate, nice one. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Edgbaston, where I'm delighted to say that we look like we're going to start on time. The floodlights are on. It's grey, as it has been for most of the season so far, but we are going to start on time when Nottinghamshire are going to resume their first innings on 367 for 8. Ben Ducket on 197 and Dylan Pennington on 5 after a really entertaining first day, which both sides I think will take some satisfaction from their work. Today we'll be joined later on by Mel Farrell, and we've got the pleasure of the company of Kev Howells as well. First of all, let me welcome, very warm welcome to David Bracegirdle.
Very good morning, Brian. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, warm welcome. Thank you in terms of the hospitality provided by Edgbaston. Warm welcome in terms of the weather. Not quite so sure. Chilly. Really cold old night it was, and even the hotel I think was taken by. Or taken unawares. There's no heating on at all, so there's a lot of very cold Nottinghamshire players this morning at breakfast, just remarking just how chilly it was. It's been a wing and a prayer this morning as to whether we're going to get underway on time. The floodlights are on. It's slate grey overhead, but the Warwickshire side, led by their skipper Alex Davis, on their way out to the middle. From their perspective, they'll want to go bang bang, just get this over and done with, and then as and when conditions allow, they'll look to respond in kind to the Nottinghamshire first innings score. From the Notts angle, well, they'll still feel there's plenty to be had from this first innings. Ben Ducket in particular has played beautifully. He's 197 not out, so there's an individual milestone just 3 runs away, but he'll be looking at the bigger picture as well. He'll want to get Notts up to 400 and beyond, get that extra point. It's 367 for 8. We've got 1 ball left in the 90th over, which Dylan Pennington will face. If you remember, if you were with us way back when, Ben Ducket was umming and ahhing about whether to take a single, did take a single from the fifth ball. From the fourth ball it was. Pennington survived one delivery, and now he's got to sing this last one out, and then Ducket, I would imagine, will try and farm as much of the strike as he can. I had a little word with him this morning, Ben. Right up there, he said he got 150 odd for England at Rajkot in the winter. He said, in terms of it being a test match and India and all the rest of it, he'd have to say that's his all-time favourite innings, but he'd say this runs it a close second. So that just tells you the quality of how he batted and how he thought of it. Here's Brian as we get underway.
Yes, Rhodes begins with a straight delivery which thumps into Pennington's pad, and there's no run, but safely negotiated by the lower order batsman and Dylan Pennington. And when he gets to the crease, number 11 Dane Patterson will have an important role. If they can just hang around a little while and allow Ben Ducket maybe to tee off at the other end, then Nottinghamshire could get themselves to an imposing total here. 367 for 8 is already very solid on a wicket which both sides said were offering some help to the bowlers at times. When the ball was new and when the clouds came over low, then the ball did move around, and there were several really good wicket-taking deliveries in amongst Warwickshire's work yesterday. And the not seamers, not least Ollie Stone, of course, here on his old patch, will take an interest in that, because 367 is already a solid total. If they, as Dave said, if they can get it up over 400, then they could put Warwickshire under a bit of pressure. Now we've got a predictable field for Ben Ducket as Oliver Hannon-Dolby prepares to bowl the first ball of his first ball of the day from the city end. He comes in with every fielder on the boundary, and Ducket defends. Now this is an interesting conundrum for Ben Ducket. Does he just defend a little while through the over and then eventually try and take a single and maybe attack and get a 4 later in the over? Not quite sure what I make of this strategy from Warwickshire. 9 boundary fielders, you can see the logic behind it. This is driven out to one of those 9, the man at deep long on, and of course they don't take a run. So basically Ducket, who is 3 runs short of his double century, is being challenged to either go huge and try and clear the fielders, or pick one of the very, very small gaps between this ring of 9 fielders on the rope. Here comes Hannon-Dolby again around the wicket to the left-handed Ducket. This pushes this one out to deep point where Rob Yates fields. And it's all rather unreal or surreal, because Warwickshire appear to think, well, we're not going to get Ben Ducket out, so they're not trying to take a wicket. Ben Ducket's just playing the ball around the field and not trying to take a run. So a curious start to the day here at Edgbaston. Nottinghamshire 367 for 8. Here comes Hannon-Dolby again, and again this is swiped up to long on. They could probably have taken 1.5, but there's not 2 there, so Ducket remains on 197. Dave's returned. I've just got to give an update to BBC Coventry and Warwickshire, Dave, and then I'll get your thoughts on this predictable but still I find rather irritating practice of just putting every fielder on the fence. One of them is coming in now, third man, oh in fact several are, with 4 balls gone in the over. Only 4 men are staying out now, so will Ben Ducket go for broke and try and clear the field and reach his double century? Here comes Hannon-Dolby, and this is driven through the covers. I don't think it's going to quite make the boundary. It'll just be 2 runs to Ben Ducket, so he moves to 199. And I'm just about to talk to the listeners on BBC Local Radio. Just 1 second. 369 for 8. Ducket on 199. And no, Hannon, Dolby and Davis, the captain at mid-off in conclave. As Hannon Dolby prepares his field. Yes, it's grey and cold here at Edgbaston too, where Warwickshire have just resumed their quest to dismiss Ben Ducket. The England batter made 197 not out on the first day out of Nottinghamshire's 367 for 8, defying a Warwickshire attack led by Oliver Hannon Dolby, who has 4 wickets, but Ducket is still there. He's now on 199. Warwickshire will want to take these last 2 wickets quickly, as the visitors already have a strong total on a pitch giving some assistance to the seamers. Nottinghamshire 369 for 8.
Last ball of the over, a frustrating one there for Ben Ducket, as Hannon Dolby just got the better of him, slipped one down the leg side. Ducket looking to tickle it away for, well, whatever he could get. An individual milestone in the offing. Ideally would have liked that single rather than the fine deflection for the boundary. It would have got him down to the other end. Would be an untold disaster personally for Ducket if 2 wickets were to fall in this over. So he couldn't get back on strike. 369 for 8. It's going to be Hassan Ali, who got better and better as the day went on yesterday, particularly once they took the second new ball and he whipped out a couple of wickets. 2 for 52 his figures. In he comes, bowls, and Dylan Pennington just squared up a little bit, plays the ball along the ground, fielded at backward point, and there's no run. 369 for 8. This is the 91st over of the innings, so still plenty of time for Nottinghamshire to get up to 400 and get that 4th batting point. I think 450 might be a stretch. Really would need Ducket to take over and score at his flamboyant, rapid best. Meanwhile, he's at the non-striker's end. Right hand on his hip, leaning on the bat with the other one as this beats Pennington outside the off stump. Dylan Pennington moved to Notts in the close season from Worcestershire. Made an impressive start. He's bowled very quickly in the first 2 matches at Trent Bridge. They just want to manage his workload. He didn't play at Taunton last week on an increasingly dead and dull surface, so he might not have he might not have missed a match in that sense. This is pushed into the offside and there's no run. I think it was a good one to sit out from his perspective. It remains 369 for 8. Not many inside Edgbaston this morning. Lots of other attractions on, of course, across the weekend, but so often you hear the cricket fans saying we're just desperate for Saturday and Sunday cricket so we can go along. Well, I think the weather has probably put a few off this morning. There's Hassan Ali. Division 1 cricket from Edgbaston. Nottinghamshire batting, and this one banged in short, and Pennington just ducks his right shoulder, and it goes through to Michael Burgess, who had a decent day with the gloves on yesterday. Pouched 4 catches in all, including 2 in 1 over as Will Rhodes nipped out both Will Young and Joe Clark, the 2 that put on 372 unbroken runs last week down at Taunton. Wouldn't you just know it, they were both out in the mere blink of an eye yesterday. Extra slip gone in, 3 slips and a gully now for Hassan Ali. We're 4 balls into the over. Don't expect Pennington to take a single. If he plays it into the gap, and he's gone fishing well outside the off stump there. Lucky he didn't get anything on it. So Ducket will be just saying, just concentrate, just leave it alone. This last ball of the over, he can get back on strike and just maybe dictate terms from then, see if he can take the run to get him to 200 as and when he feels it's appropriate to get down the other end. If he does get there, it'll be the 5th double hundred of his career. There's Hassan Ali. Bowls nice and full, and they could have stolen a single there. It's played down into the gully, which saw the ball parried away, but Ducket quite rightly says no, that'll do. So Dylan Pennington is 5 not out, but he's very much playing his part this morning. He's survived 7 balls in all. 369 for 8 here on 5 Sports Extra. BBC Coventry and Warwickshire, BBC WM on the live stream provided by Warwickshire County Cricket Club. A very good morning to you wherever you are. Our commentary team today, Kevin Howells is overseeing things as always, and I'll take you around the grounds from time to time on 5 Sports Extra. Melinda Farrell will be with us in half an hour. I'm Dave Bracegirdle, and here with Ducket on 199 is Brian Halford.
Thank you, Dave. Hannah Dolby is in, and Ben Ducket turns down his 200th run. Now here's a real dilemma for him, isn't it? Everybody's on the boundary, he's just tucked it up to long on there, and there was an easy single which would have taken him to 200, but thinking of the team picture, he turned it down. Now this is an interesting one, Dave, isn't it? I mean, how long does he do this? Is it 4 balls? And
Probably
then
4. I was wondering what Alex Davis would do. I mean, normally if a batter's on 99, or in this case 199, you'd bring them all in, saving one, but not in this instance.
They're absolutely giving him his 200th run if he wants it. He bashes this one away to deep point, crisply fired to the man on the boundary, and again he turns down that 200th run. It would be unfortunate for him if he got out, wouldn't it? Having turned down all these 200th runs. I
might take it now. I mean, Pennington's a capable bat. He's had a first-class 50. He knows which end of the bat to hold. Dane Patterson, who's doing it 11. Now, there's another story. That is very much taking your life in your hands if you leave Dane Patterson to negotiate a few deliveries. But
Pennington's got a first-class 50 to his credit, hasn't he? So he knows how to hold a bat. Will this be the moment? Ducket facing O'Hanlon Dolby, and I think he's tempted there. He turns it out to deep mid-wicket. And then I think they were both tempted. They both took a run down the track and then stopped. And now they've just had a chat. So I reckon, Dave, this could be the moment.
I think Alex Davis is perhaps missing a trick here if he doesn't bring them in. It doesn't look as if he's going to.
No, still all 9 Warwickshire fielders on the boundary. Michael Burgess, the wicket-keeper, very lonely in the middle there. So I think that conversation between the batters there will be take one this ball. Here comes Hannah Dolby around the wicket, and Ducket does take one down to third man, and his 5th first-class double century is his. What a wonderful innings it's been, from 240 deliveries, 200 out of 370 for 8. That's how much Nottinghamshire have depended on him so far in this game. A tremendous innings, Dave, and as you were saying, you spoke to him earlier on today. He said it's up there with his best.
So it's his best in county cricket. There's only the 150 he got against India in Rajkot in the winter, he said, that would surpass it. He urged a lot of his natural instincts yesterday. Didn't play the reverse sweep until he'd got 160 on the board. Didn't want to give Warwickshire an in. And again, following the advice he gave to Joe Clark last week, if you get to 100, then you've got to really dig in and, in their words, go on and get a daddy 100, and that's what he's done here. He's got a double. It's Nottinghamshire's first 200 since last Sunday, when Joe Clark got one. It's astonishing, isn't it? You can sometimes go years and what have you, but he's got 3 now for Nottinghamshire. One at Fenners against Cambridge University, one at Derby on that hottest day of the year when he got 241, and now one here at Edgbaston. Also had 2 in Northants colours.
He's watching now as Pennington defends against Hannah Dolby. Yes, maybe his first double century, Dave, when he went for a net beforehand wearing an anorak. But that's what you do in conditions like this, isn't it? I just saw him coming over back from the Colts ground this morning, and it is horribly gold and grey. And the anorak obviously did the job, because again, just like yesterday, actually, he's barely played a full shot, hasn't he? It's been a very fine innings. Hannah Dolby turns at the far end to complete his 21st over. Nottinghamshire 370 for 8. Pennington drives pleasantly and turns down a single. That's because it was the last ball of the over. And I think Nottinghamshire have turned down 80% of the offered runs so far today. Now, what will happen here then, Dave? He's got his 200, and the fielders obviously now will go right back again. How does Ben Ducket play this now? Does he indefinitely just defend 4 balls and take or 3 balls and take a single?
I'm sure that's what they're chatting now. I think we might see that for a while. They'll know the 400 it's definitely possible. 30 runs away, the 400 for the 4th batting bonus point. They've got 17 overs in which to get 30 runs, so that's not really an issue. So they can afford just to tick along like this for a while. If they get a bad ball, he will obviously try and get it away, although that's going to be very difficult with 9 fielders out on the fence. Let's see how we go. Hassan Ali round the wicket, bouncer, slaps this onto the leg side, and again there's no run. Just again on Ben Duckett's 200, it's the 10th scored by a Nottinghamshire batsman versus Warwickshire. The 4th here at Edgbaston. The other players to do it: Reg Simpson did it twice, Joe Hardstaff, Tim Robinson, Chris Lewis, Guy Welton, Kevin Peterson, David Hussey, and of course Joe Clark last year at Trent Bridge, where he got 229 not out.
I think I remember that Guy Welton. Wasn't that in a 400 for naught job or something?
It was indeed. 406 they put on in 2000. Bouncer, and Ducket goes on the pull. Darren Bicknell,
yes.
190 odd. Of course, the other thing that he might well qualify for by the end of this innings, if Dylan Pennington and Dane Patterson are both out, he would be the 3rd Nottinghamshire opener to carry his bat here at Edgbaston. Alex Hales was the last to do it in 2011, and Mick Newell, the Notts director of cricket, did it in 1988. I was talking about it yesterday. 10 not out out of a score of 44.
Another single to Ducket. He accepts one from the 3rd ball of the over as he tucks it up to mid-on. And how does Dylan Pennington play, Dave? Is he likely to have a swing, or will he just... What is his style?
I've not seen... Well, I've not seen a deal of him, to be perfectly honest, Brian. Sorry, is this my end with Hassan Azad?
Yes.
Sorry, I left that one all to you. Very much enjoying the commentary. I've not seen enough of him, really. He's come in behind Ollie Stone in the order. I wouldn't have been surprised had it been the other way round. He's in at 10. Had one nice shot to the boundary yesterday. Defends this one nicely. 371 for 8. Essentially he's playing for Ben Duckett, isn't he? He's not out there playing for Dylan Pennington. He's got to play for Ben Duckett, and Ben Duckett's going to be playing for Nottinghamshire. So if Ben tells him, if you get a loose one, go after it, he'll go after it. If Ben tells him, leave whatever you can, block whatever's on the stumps, then that's the way he'll do it. But I'm sure Ben will very much be in charge of affairs out there. Warwickshire trying to get him out clearly. 3 slips, a gully, a leg, what are we calling that, a leg gully, as Hassan Ali is in, and this is punched back to him by Dylan Pennington. Dane Patterson due in at number 11, and he is very much a see ball, hit ball. It's generally 6 and out, 4 and out, or indeed even just straight out, but I've had conversations with a number of Nottinghamshire players over the last 2 or 3 years, and what was the conversation when Dane came to the wicket? Well, I just told him to leave it alone or block it and get me back on a strike, and he doesn't listen. He plays his own game, as this one's run up to Amir Jamal, who made his his Warwickshire debut yesterday. Didn't get a wicket. Looked in need of a gallop, as they say, I think, in horse racing terms. Looked a little rusty, not surprising. Only flew in the day before the game, but didn't get a wicket. 371 for 8. Duckett's back on strike on 201. Pennington's got 5, and here on 5 Sports Extra, you've got Division 1 cricket between Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire, and we'll have a little look round the counties scene whilst Brian describes the next over, see what's going off. I think there's not a lot of cricket going on, actually. In fact, it's just here in the Oval, I'm afraid, at the moment, where there seems to be any cricket. Everywhere else, rain delays and delayed starts.
Oliver Hannon-Dalby with figures of 4 for 61. He's bowled really well in decent batting conditions, and this is beautifully slog swept by Ducket for 6. That's an amazing shot from the left-hander. He went down on one knee very early. The boundary at fine leg at this pavilion end to the left-hander is quite short, and he scooped it perfectly over the boundary for 6. An audacious shot, Dave, and a super one.
And his first 6 as well, and that tells you something a guess about how he's going to play compared to how he played yesterday. Risk-free cricket, didn't hit anything at all in the air. There was no chances given. It was, to my mind, it was a faultless innings yesterday. And if Ben says it's his best innings in county cricket, then you know he rates it highly as well.
Here comes Hannon Dolby again. How's he going to react to that? This one is belted into the offside to extra cover, deep fielder, and there is no run as the single is turned down. It was also the shot, Dave, of a man absolutely full of confidence, wasn't it? Because Oliver Hannon Dolby is a good bowler.
Yeah, very much so.
He's not an easy bowler to take that sort of liberty but Glenn Ducket is in absolute peak form at the moment.
Well, he's after a fifer, isn't he, Ollie? He's got four of the wickets to fall, and you know, I wouldn't like to deny him a well-deserved fifer. Bowled very well yesterday, pick of the bowlers.
In his 200th game in all formats for Warwickshire. Here he is again, and this is hammered straight back down to the wicket. Hannon Dolby half feels that there would be a single if they wanted one, as the ball rolls up to long on.
Duckett's having a net, isn't he, out there, really? There's no pressure on him with all the fielders on the boundary.
I assume this next ball they will take a single. Fourth ball of the over, and I don't know how long Warwickshire would just allow this to happen. I mean, they're just really letting Nottinghamshire dictate. And if Nottinghamshire just are selective, Duckett's batting beautifully so far, they could stretch this out a long, long way, because Warwickshire aren't really trying to take wickets a lot of the time. This is hammered up to long on, and this time they do take a single. Ducket goes to 208. Pennington 5. It was a curious innings, wasn't it, yesterday, Dave, from Nottinghamshire. Three fellas got past 60 and nobody else got double figures.
That's about right. I've got to say, I fell victim of the old failed to refresh my cricket scorecard this morning in front of me, and I've done that, and there are more games playing, so in a moment I will tell you where there is cricket, but ignore everything I said after hello, and I'll give you the news from elsewhere.
4 slips in as Pennington pulls Hannon Dolby, and that's 4 runs. That's beautifully pulled. He rolled the wrists and kept it down, and Dylan Pennington moves to 9 with a very accomplished and controlled pull shot for 4.
Decent over. It's cost him 11 so far. Still a ball left. It's one thing Ben Ducket hooking it down to long leg for 6, but it's another thing Dylan Pennington just working it away on the other side for a lovely boundary.
Well, he's on the cusp of becoming the 4th batsman in this innings to make double figures, and the history of this innings suggests he gets to double figures, he'll go on to get 60 plus. So alarm bells ringing for Warwickshire. They've got 4 slips in for the number 10, and the captain is in at short extra. Just 1 ball for Pennington to survive. Hannon Dolby is again in, and this time I think they'll look for 2. He's just took this away to the leg side, and they'll come back for 2 runs. Very capable and intelligent batting from the Nottinghamshire number 10. He does indeed cruise into double figures. Pennington has 11. Ducket 208, Nottinghamshire 384 for 8, and have started the day very well, Dave.
They have indeed. 28 they've put on now for this 9th wicket. Ducket on 208. So around the country, Chesterley Street, they are playing. Durham made 358 yesterday, century from Colin Ackerman. Essex started their second innings just before their first innings, I beg your pardon, just before the close. A couple of overs there. Carried on this morning. They're 15 without loss at the Oval. Hampshire bowled out for 151 yesterday. Wickets shared around. Surrey in reply 135 for 5. Look as if they're going on to get a first innings lead. Playing here, of course, which you know all about, but not at Kidderminster, where Somerset made 309 for 9 declared. Worcestershire 14 without loss. Delayed start not too far away. Hassan Ali bowls, and Ducket slams it back past him. Nearly took his head off. He's hit it down the ground, and again they'll just come back for 2. Takes
4.
In fact, it's gone for 4, and I didn't lean far enough forward to see the rope, but 2 fielders came round, Alex Davis and Amir Jamal, and it might just have been the old Chuckle brothers there, leaving it to each other, but it looked as if that should have been stopped, but maybe Ducket hit it harder than I thought.
I think Alex Davis slipped and maybe a little bit greasy down there.
388 for 8. There's Amir Jamal. Ducket pulls this one onto the leg side, rolls the wrist, doesn't get a run. Division 2, it's a delayed start down at Bristol, where Gloucestershire 82 for 3 replying to Middlesex's 203 all out. They are playing at Grace Road in the East Midlands. Northants, the visitors, 373 for 6 there. And at Headingley, where Brook and Root continue at the crease, Yorkshire 302 for 3. That's against Derbyshire. You can follow all the updated scores and follow the fall of the wickets on the BBC Sport website and app. Next ball short, Ducket lets it go over his left shoulder. Highest score by a Nottinghamshire batsman against Warwickshire on this ground, Kevin Peterson's 2-2-1 not out in 2003, so that's not too far away. Another 9 runs to equal that for Ben Ducket.
You guess which Warwickshire bowler got him out that day?
It wasn't not out then, obviously.
A Warwickshire legend. The Bears fans will remember the name Collins O'Boyer.
Crikey.
Very few Kenyans have played county cricket.
This one turned away behind square. I have to have a little look again, because I've put 2-2-1 not out. I'm sure Brian is absolutely spot on. Yeah, it was dismissed. Yeah, it was dismissed. Single taken. So Ducket 213, but that brings Dylan Pennington down onto strike to face Hassan Ali with 2 balls left in the over. 389 for 8. Not so pleased with how they've started this morning. They'll be pleased, A, that they've managed to get on time, and B, that they've been able to pick up the necessary runs to see Ducket reach a milestone and very much get now within shouting distance of another batting bonus point as Hassan Ali is in. Pennington with a lovely looking shot, nice controlled push into the gap on the offside for 2 more, and it goes to 391 for 8.
Very solid and intelligent, and the perfect start to the day for Nottinghamshire. Pennington's batting with a lot of sense, isn't he? He's middled pretty much everything. Yep. I don't think anything's beaten the bat yet this morning, has it?
367 for 8 they were overnight.
Run a minute.
Yep. There's Hassan Ali. Past Richard Kettleborough's left shoulder, the bouncer, and this goes over the middle of Pennington's back. He was bending over at the time. Harmless delivery goes through to Michael Burgess, and now once again it's Ben Ducket versus Warwickshire, and once again it'll be 9 fielders disappearing. Despite going for 13 in the last over, Oliver Hannon-Dolby is ready again for action.
Yes, it's been a pretty bracing introduction to county cricket for Ahmad Jamal on his debut, as you say, Dave. He looked a bit undercooked yesterday. 10 overs for 48. Earlier this year, Jamal and Hassan Ali were bowling for Pakistan in a test match in Sydney. I think the conditions are slightly different here. It's cold, quite a strong wind, not pleasant cricket watching or playing conditions. Hannon-Dolby is in again, and Ducket fetches this one. He had another of those swept sixes in mind, but Hannon-Dolby, I think, spotted it and drifted the ball wide of the off stump, and Ducket can only just swat it to deep mid-wicket where it's fielded, and he turns down the single.
A number of people have already got in touch on the old Twittery thing at Brace Cricket. Charlie says superb innings from Ben Ducket, very clever innings as well. The Sheffield Outlaw, great stats, Dave. Lazy day for us in front of the live stream watching before going to watch Forest tomorrow.
Here comes Hannon-Dolby, smashed into the covers. There's a bit of a gap between extra cover and long off. They come in for the second run, and they have been quick, but they were. That's good, intelligent cricket again from the pair. Ducket moves to 215.
Peter Stevenson says, Dave, Dylan Pennington's no mug with the bat. He's got a top score of 56. Yes, that was in his Worcestershire days down at Chelmsford. Talked about that with him on the media day. Shared a long partnership with former Notts man Jake Libby. Tell me all about that. So I'm all over that, Peter. Thank you very much.
And Dolby in again to Ducket, who smashes this away to deep cover, and there's no run. I wonder if Ben Duckett's got half an eye on his 282. Who knows? It's a good wick, good pitch to bat on. Although what I would say, Dave, I think Nottinghamshire will be very happy with this, because we spoke to Ben Slater last night and also Ollie Hannon-Dolby, and they did say that for certain periods yesterday there was something in the pitch when the ball was hard and when the clouds came over, So this is a good total for Notts, and if their seamers really find their rhythm, they could push this match forward, put Warwickshire under a lot of pressure. Here comes Hannah Dolby seeking to try and end this very frustrating partnership, and Ducket beautifully glides this away to deep point and does take the single, moves to 216, 394 for 8.
Well, you know the scenario here, or the scenario it's been for the last 15 years here on this ground in matches between Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire. Notts have been competitive for 3 days, and then Jeetan Patel used to bowl Notts out on the 4th day. Last time Notts came, it was Danny Briggs. Of course, Warwickshire's way, if they batted first, was always just to get as many as they can. Ian Porterfield, and who was it who opened with Porterfield? Ian Westwood and Liam Porterfield. They'd bat for days and days if they could, and then hand it over to Jeetan Patel.
And Dolby in again, the field up for Pennington again, who is solidly forward, playing it up to mid-off.
Side Duckworth's with us this morning, sorry Brian. Very much enjoying the live stream and the coverage. Thank you, Simon, thanks for that. There are live pictures available via the Warwickshire County Cricket Club website if you want to look at the pictures, follow the live stream, listen to us if you want, mute us if you don't, but glad to have you along.
I don't believe anybody would ever mute you, Dave. Pennington settles into his stance again to face the last ball of Hannah Dolby's 23rd over, and clips this one to short mid-wicket, where Will Rhodes gathers the ball, and the Nottinghamshire comes through another over without any alarms. 394 for 8, and let's hear it too. We've spoken a lot about the superb innings by Ben Ducket, but as you say, Will Young and Joe Clark both disappeared in the same over yesterday, so Ben Slater's innings and the support then that Jack Haynes provided is absolutely vital, wasn't it? Haynes came in with a little bit of a wobble at 177 for 4, got stuck in for 74, and that really did turn the innings round.
Yeah, 2 century partnerships yesterday. Julie Woods, we're on our way to watch the last match of the Notts County season, away against Forest Green, but listening in. Thank you, Julie. Daniel says worth the trip down from Stoke today to see Ben get his 200, even if it is freezing in the stands here. Come on, Notts, and there's lots of freezing emojis. I'd agree with you there. It's very, very cold. Even though we're behind glass, it's been a very cold morning as Ducket feels he's missed out as this one drifts down the leg side. Jim Metcalf, very much agree with all the comments about Ben Ducket. He's been coaching, encouraging batters at the other end throughout the whole knock too. Proper senior pro stuff from Ben, thanks to Jim Metcalf. Just a 52-year-old, very much enjoying the feed and the commentary. Really good thing about today is we're heading towards 400 runs without relying on the usual run maker, the superb Joe Clark. Thank you. 52-year-old as San Ali round the wicket. Bowls a bouncer, Ducket pulls it onto the leg side, and there's no run. Again, all the fielders are away on the boundary. I'm laughing here because Brian Halford has metamorphosised into not just one person to my right, but one person and a machine.
Which one am I? Which one am I, Dave?
Well, in the nicest, politest sense, you're a machine in your own right, Mel. But you've brought a heater with you, which yesterday I must admit I poo-pooed a little bit. What on earth you got that heater for? But today we need it. Next ball is driven crisply up to mid-on, and there's no run. Good morning, a proper introduction. Welcome to author, broadcaster, biographer, journalist, and all-round good egg, our favourite Aussie, Melinda Farrell. Good morning.
And heater lover. Good morning to you. Good morning to everyone. Yeah, I have to say, you were laughing yesterday, but I bet you the cord doesn't reach that far. It's not that long, so I've had to stretch it to get it between us.
Hassan Ali round the wicket, bowls again. Ducket pulls it onto the leg side, and he'll take the single this time from the 4th ball of the over. 395 for 8. Spotted on social media. You'd got a fan last night. Please, can we have more Melinda Farrell and Kevin Howells on together? What am I, chopped liver?
Look, that's the second time you've brought this up today. I think we need to work through this, Dave. If you're out there listening, I hope you appreciate the unique chemistry between Dave and I, because it's its own special thing, Dave.
I don't know. I'm the green-eyed monster. You were only on air with Kevin for about 5 minutes, and already you've got a fan club. I don't know. I don't quite know what happened. I just popped off to get a drink and came back, and that was brilliant commentary. 3 slips. Hassan Ali into Dylan Pennington. Bouncer over his left shoulder. Ben Ducket, he's very much the story, not only of yesterday, but of this match so far.
Well, what I think is as impressive as the double century came on, maybe not but as important for Notts as the way they're going about the getting to 400.
Yeah.
The batting point. You wouldn't have thought that was really a great possibility. 8 wickets down and them peppering Pennington. And
there's Hassan Ali in again. Pennington at full stretch just reaches and cuts this away for 4, and not so within one of that 400. You could be uber critical there and say there was no foot movement at all, but it was short, it was wide, it sat up, and there was plenty of pace on the ball. All he had to do really was just watch it onto the bat and run it away, cut it away.
Well,
even though he didn't move his feet, he got a boundary.
He hardly even moved his bat.
No.
It just was a dab for 4, if you like. It was quite something. But it's been really good by Pennington, and a partnership that is really going to frustrate Warwickshire. I would have had real hopes of going bang bang first up this morning, preventing Ducket from getting his 200 and wrapping up the Notts innings very, very quickly. But as it turns out, he's got his 200 and they're 1 away from 400.
And it's Ollie to try and get his 5 for as well.
It is indeed. Oliver Hannon-Dolby it is from the city end, bowling to Ducket around the wicket. He just reaches up to that short ball, slaps it out to deep cover. No run there. So you sort of thought, I was upstairs thinking, gosh, is this going to be one of those things where basically we're going to have 15 overs where there's a single off the 15th ball, a single off the last ball, I should say, of the bat of Ducket. But they've actually moved the score on at a reasonable pace. So Pennington playing his part in that. Ducket now 217. Ollie Hannon-Dolby, I should say. He's in, and that one's just played out through point for a single, and that brings up the 400 for Notts. It is absolutely brilliant stuff by Ben Ducket. They bring it up after 98 overs, so that's incredibly good result for them. They pick up that extra point.
Second ball of the over as well, Mel, so it showed there that's what he was after, get to 400, get that point. It also shows he's got far more confidence now in Dylan Pennington, having batted with him for half an hour.
Absolutely. Yeah, there was a lot of farming earlier at the start, and that's what I was meaning about, single off the last over. Pennington on strike now as Dolby is in. It's just defender back to the bowler, does his own fielding.
Been another century this morning in Division 2. George Bartlett, former Somerset player, who's moved to Northants in the winter. He's 103 not out. That match at Grace Road, Leicestershire, Northants. Northants 401 for 6. Bartlett 103 not out. And at the other end, an Australian, Chris Tremaine, is 36 not out.
He's from Dubbo.
From where?
Dubbo. He's from Dubbo, which is about an hour and a half from my hometown of Orange. Central West boy. Here's Hannon-Dolby. This one is just played out into the covers, no run. Yes, it's us folks. Yes, Central West cricket. Royalty, obviously. Chris Tremaine, Nathan Lyon, born in Young. That's about an hour and a half from me. Phoebe Litchfield.
Right.
It's the real young gun in the Australian women's side. She's also from my hometown of Orange. This is amazing. This is the first time I've mentioned Orange since this match
That's
started.
not a proper town, Orange.
Of course it is. People who have listened to me on commentary before know that there will always be an orange mention. So thank you for mentioning Chris Tremaine and giving me an excuse. Here's Hannon Dolby's over the wicket to Pennington now. And again, it's just played to extra cover, so no run.
How would one get to Orange? What state's it in?
It's in New South Wales.
So Sydney? You'd fly to Sydney and then get a 2-day overnight sleeper?
No, it's the train takes quite a while. It's about 5 hours on the train. It's about 4 hours if you drive, and it's about 35 minutes if you fly. You basically take off in the plane.
Orange has got an airport?
Oh, a very nice one, actually. It's a really nice airport. It's a little, only small, but very, very good. But the plane takes off as Hannon Dolby is now taking off. It's over the wicket, and that's just a bit of a thuddy sound from Pennington. It's like there was a bit of bat in there, but it's just pad in there rather. It's swashed up to wide mid-on. They end up not getting the run, so it's still 400 for 8 with Pennington on 17 and Ducket on 218.
There's one of those orange aeroplanes just flying over right now, appropriately enough.
Well, what happens is it's actually a short flight. So what happens is you basically take off, you get up to cruising level off, and then you come down again. But because it's over the Blue Mountains, you see, and then you keep going, and then so it does take longer for the train and longer to drive, but it's considered close to Sydney for 4-hour drive.
And what is there for the tourists to see in the town of Orange?
Oh, an awful lot. If you like food and wine, it's proper food and wine country.
The same as any other town, then?
No, you got to have the right climate. It's on the slopes of an extinct volcano, so it has very rich soil around there. So that's what I grew up in, an orchard. So we had apples, pears, plums, and cherries. But the orchards have mostly been replaced by vineyards now.
Can we just tell the listeners they're not missing any cricket at all here?
No.
The players have taken a drink. Luke Fletcher's gone on with spare gloves for Ducket and Pennington and a bottle of water. And I think we're going to get we'll come back to Orange in a second, Mel, but I think we're going to get another bowler introduced here. We've had 7 different bowlers bowling in this innings, but Dan Mosley is going to come on and he'll be the 8th with a little bit of gentle right arm off spin.
I still haven't met Dan Mosley, but he is the keenest player that you can imagine. Whether it comes to where he fields or the option to have a bowl, you can see him almost out there saying, pick me, pick me. Yeah,
you can have the 100th over, Dan, if we're still going. Skip, you remember yesterday when you said, well, here he comes to bowl the 100th over. Bowls to Ben Ducket, right, thuds into the pad, but no appeal. Wouldn't it have just been typical there had he got one straight through Duckett's defences?
Well, he's got 4 first-class wickets, and he did take one of those against Durham. So, yes, you know.
Do you think he's a reverse sweep candidate?
Yes.
There he is. Reverse sweep away, and he doesn't get the run. Yeah. So sometimes, just very, very occasionally, about once a day, I call it right, but he hit it straight to the fielder Danny Briggs out on the boundary. Hit it so hard there wasn't the chance. Well, there wasn't the chance of 2. But yeah, Ben thought the same as I. He's bowled, and Mosley's got him. Duckett's been bowled. He won't carry his bat. It's 400 for 9, and Mosley shakes Ben Duckett's hand, or Duckett shook Mosley's hand. I'm not sure which. Dylan Pennington now has a word, and Ben Duckett goes for 218, bowled by Mosley, and Warwickshire have got their 3rd bowling bonus point, 400 for 9.
Well, there you go. Danger Mouse strikes in the end. Doesn't matter if the reverse sweep came out. Said he was keen. That's his 5th first-class wicket, Dan Mosley. But what an innings by Ben Ducket. He's been an absolute giant for Notts. To be able to shore up their batting the way he has, to be able to get them to 400. I'm almost disappointed for him that he doesn't get to carry his bat, because he really has been the mainstay of this. It's been entertaining to watch. Possibly the first false stroke he's played, and it's really appreciated by the crowd here. Everyone standing and applauding, even over in the Holly stands. They're on their feet those who are here, because they've been treated to something very, very special from Ben Ducket.
Shame it's come to an end there for him and for Nottinghamshire. Dane Patterson won't hold back, and there's the distinct possibility here, a very real possibility, that Dan Mosley could walk off with figures of 2 for none here. 400 for 9. He's got 3 balls at one of the genuine number 11s in the game. I don't expect Dane Patterson to have a little luck here. If it's floated up, there's a bit of air given, he'll have a swish, and it might be a swish and a miss, or it might be a swish and it'll go many a mile, but we'll have to see. Mosley comes in to the South African, and he's well, he pushed that through, didn't he, a little quicker, and it was just cut to backward point, no run.
He's got his best bowling in an innings is 3 for 43, so he can't surpass his.
He's in again, and Patterson, well, playing sensibly. 1 ball left in the over. Now, what should you do here with 1 ball left? What you should do is play sensibly for this one. There's no guarantee that Patterson will. Mosley bowls to him, and he has. He has. So it's a wicket maiden for Dan Mosley. Thanks, Skip. Put one of your bowlers on now, Skip. Put somebody else on now, Skip. I'll settle for 1 for none. Well done, Dan. 400 for 9.
Yeah, that's that he can dine on that. Dine out on that one for a while, Dan Mosley. It's to be able to come in. I think, you know, in that Durham game from memory, it was, yeah, they were trying everything again as well, and he was almost jumping up and down and waving his arms, just desperately wanting to get out there and bowl.
Ben Duckett's stats, by the way, batted for 422 minutes. I think that's, 7 hours and 2 minutes in real money. Faced 264 balls, 25 fours, and that 1-6 he pulled this morning off Oliver Hannon-Dolby. Bowled by Dan Mosley for 218. Tremendous knock. Very, very well done, Ben Ducket.
Yeah, it was a real treat to watch. Feel lucky to be here as Hannon-Dolby starts on his run up, but Pennington has been distracted by something, and he's just sent him back.
They've got all the fielders out for Pennington.
I love that.
Make this make sense.
There is a wide slip in there. Hannon-Dolby is in. It's short, it's pulled, and it's caught as well. There is the last wicket. Hannon-Dolby finishes with a fifer. He has been outstanding, really, for Warwickshire. Has never given up, even though it's been really hard going for him. It was Hassan Ali who took the catch, and he's done it again. He has leapt into the arms of Oliver Hannon-Dolby, as he did yesterday, wrapped his arms and his legs around him like a koala hugging a tree trunk. There's a real bromance developing there for Warwickshire, and in the end they finish 400 all out. Hannon-Dolby finishes with 5 for 78 of 24.1 overs, so he's really stood tall, figuratively and literally, for Warwickshire. But it feels like this game is interesting. Let's hope that the rain does stay away, because Warwickshire's top 3 are in outstanding form at the moment, and might fancy their chances of really taking this on. There's applause there for Oliver Hannon-Dolby. His players all gathered behind him, clapping him off. The fans are also giving him a warm welcome as he comes back to the dressing room. So here we are. I don't know if you want to take us through the card, or would you like me to, Dave?
Well, if you've brought it up,
yeah. Oh, look, I'm here. Let's because it is an unusual scorecard, and in fact, you know, I'm not going to go through it in chronological order, right? Because the thing that's most interesting, you have Ben Duckett's 218. There were 2 half-centuries, really valuable contributions from Ben Slater, who made 65, and Jack Haynes, who made 74. The next highest score was Dylan Pennington, not out on 17. No one else made it to double figures. So very much dominated by Ben Ducket, with really 3 valuable contributions from Slater, Haynes and Pennington. Of the bowlers, definitely the pick was Oliver Hannon-Dolby, that 5 for 78. His stint with the new ball yesterday in particular made a huge difference. There were 2 wickets apiece for Hassan Ali and Will Rhodes, and Dan Mosley coming in with a wicket maiden to dismiss Ben Ducket.
Yeah, be pleased with that. That's a scorecard for Dan Mosley, isn't it, to get framed. Pop on the wall there. Ben Ducket, 218 bowled Mosley, and at the bottom there, the bowling figures. Mosley 1 over, 1 for none. The ground staff are out there just readying the wicket, doing all the sweeping up and what have you. The players will be back out in about 7 or 8 minutes' time, and when Warwickshire begin their reply, we'll be here to bring you the commentary. If you keep your devices open, you'll hear just as soon as the players are back out there. We'll continue with the commentary. Until then, from the team here at Edgbaston, we're just going to pop and have a quick comfort break and a cuppa. We'll speak to you soon. Hello everybody, welcome back to Edgbaston. Quick comfort break had by one and all, including the umpires who are now striding out to the middle. Richard Kettleborough, a man of Sheffield. Paul Pollard, who played his cricket for Nottinghamshire and for Worcestershire, making their way out to the middle. Just joining us, we're between innings here at Edgbaston, where Nottinghamshire in their first innings have been bowled out for exactly 400. Love it when that happens. You've not got to really work too hard on the old sums, have you? 400 I think we should be able to manage during the course of the game. But Ben Ducket this morning, again, if you weren't with us, got to his 5th career double 100, moved on to 218, and then was dismissed by was it the 7th or the 8th bowler? 8th bowler employed by the Warwickshire captain Alex Davis. Brought Dan Mosley on, and second ball was a predictable reverse sweep from Ducket that went straight to the fielder. Could have taken a single but didn't. Decided to stay there and see what else he could get, and then the next ball went through his defences and bowled him. So that was him out, and then the innings ended when Dylan Pennington, with the field set deep, he fell. He tried to heave the ball away onto the leg side, perished to a catch in the deep, giving Oliver Hannon-Dolby figures of 5 wickets in the innings. I can see a Seba Mead down there, the Nottinghamshire captain, just calling his troops together for a little bit of a huddle. Here come Alex Davis and Rob Yates. Lots of 1s and 7s down there. We've got number 17 and number 71. Many thanks to everybody that's taken the trouble to get in touch this morning, saying, well, a combination of how much they're enjoying the coverage and the live stream, how much they want to congratulate Ben Ducket on what he's done, and also people, Josh Roberts in particular, sending me for my perusal at my leisure. He sent me all the relevant details on a town called Orange in New South Wales. Orange in New South Wales.
The H is silent.
Yeah, thanks for that, Josh. We'll have a look at that later. That's where Mel comes from, she tells us. Mark says, Dave, I'm a Bears fan watching on the West Bromwich Albion supporters coach on the way to Sheffield Wednesday. I was at Edgbaston yesterday, freezing in the stands. Come on, you Bears, says Mark. Yeah, Richard Kettleborough, the umpire I just mentioned, out there. He's a Sheffield Wednesday fan, Mark, so he'll not exactly be wishing you well on your day, but love it when people get in touch and say they're on their way to sporting events up and down the country. About 5 minutes to go until 12 o'clock. Brian Holford will be back with us then. I'm Dave Bracegirdle, and here's Mel Farrell.
And it's going to be Stone. Wonderful to see him back bowling. His over the wicket first ball from Yates is played late and nicely too. It's going to run away down to the deep wide third boundary. So that's a nice little start for Rob Yates, who's been in terrific form for Warwickshire. The top 3 all have, but isn't it great to see Ollie Stone back bowling in county cricket? He's had so much difficulty with injuries, just at the time when you think he's about to really make a real play, nailing down an England spot. He's in again over the wicket. This time it's just straight down leg side, and that's going to go all the way for 4. So back-to-back boundaries. Yates showing absolutely no respect for Stone. 8 for none.
He's not played for 51 weeks, Oliver Stone, in first-class cricket. He played a bit of a T20 game, ironically, against the Bears at Trent Bridge, and then had a bit of a part in 1 or 2 franchise games over the winter. But in first-class cricket, his first 2 deliveries for 51 weeks, and they've both gone for 4.
Yeah, it's tough in there. It is a great bowler. He's in again. This time it's outside the off stump and left alone by Yates. Yes, 1-2. Whenever he does a press conference or any media or you chat to him, he's such a cheerful fellow. One of the most cheerful you'll meet around. Always got a smile. Even when he's talking about the really tough times, he talks about them with such a lovely smile on his face. So he's the sort of player that you just always want to see do well. He's running in again now. So you hear the wind howling. This time it's a tighter line, nice bit of bounce, and it's just defended into the offside by Yates.
Just quickly elsewhere, Division 1, Essex 43 without loss now, replying to Durham's 358. Surrey have got a lead at the Oval against Hampshire, a lead of 2. They're 153 for 5. No play yet this morning on day 2 at Kidderminster, where Worcestershire 14 without loss, replying to Somerset's 309. No play this morning at Bristol between Gloucestershire and Middlesex, easy for me to say.
As Stone bowls to Yates. He's just tried to tuck that away square, but it's ended up dribbling out towards mid-off, so no run again.
At Grace Road, Leicestershire Northants, George Bartlett 125 not out, but he's just lost Chris Tremaine for 37 to Rian Ahmed. Northants 4-4-5 for 7 in that one, and the other game is at Headingley, where Yorkshire, Division 2 Yorkshire, are 337 for 3, with Joe Root 92 not out, Harry Brooks 77 not out.
Stone bowls, and again pressed out to wide mid-on, and no run again. So some dot balls there after the first 2 were dispatched to the boundary by Yates. It's 8 for none after the first over.
Not a lot of respite there for the Derbyshire bowlers, is there? Joe Root at one end, Harry Brook at the other. Division 2 cricket.
Yeah, good luck.
It's going to be Dylan Pennington to share the new ball with Ollie Stone. Pennington going to be bowling from our end of the ground, the southern end, the pavilion end. Pacey bowler, came from Worcestershire in the close season, along with Jack Haynes and Josh Tong, who's currently out injured.
Yeah, big loss for Worcestershire, but they've made some pretty good signings, canny signings, you'd have to say, Worcestershire. Really impressed by Nathan Smith, the New Zealander. Got to watch him a couple of times, and wouldn't surprise me if we end up seeing him play for his country at some point. He's close.
Here's start of the over then. Pennington bowls past the outside edge of Alex Davis' bat. We're into the midday news, and Brian Holford will step in to replace me. In the meantime, here's Melinda Farrell.
Yes, so Nathan Smith, one of the replacements needed by Worcestershire after losing 3 of their most valued players in some ways. Certainly 3 who had a big part to play in them being promoted to the First Division this year. Hello, Brian.
Morning, Mel. Intriguing match we've got here.
Pennington's
in again. Sorry, Mel.
You're right. You take it.
Crack on.
Well, I wasn't sure because they've just taken a single as that ball's gone down towards the gully, because I can hear something in my ear which I thought might mean you had to do an update.
You're
or something.
quite right. You are one step ahead as always, so I'd better waffle through this over, because I have got to do something at 12:04, I think. So well spotted, Mel. But I was about to say, this is an interesting game now, isn't it? Because both sides say there is something in the wicket at times when the cloud is thick and when the ball is new. So if Nottinghamshire could knock a couple over here early on, they could press quite hard to be in a very strong position. As Pennington gets this one to lift at Yates, and had there been a short leg, Rob Yates would have been on his way. He fended it off rather uncomfortably.
Well, you know, for half a second, I almost thought there was a bail. I saw something fly up onto the crease, and then Yates bent over and I thought picked something up. So I don't know what that was.
Yeah, he was definitely discomforted by that one. Pennington dug it in, and there's a slight delay now. I wonder what's going on here. Rob Yates is looking towards the dressing room, so whether he jarred himself there.
No, I think
the bat.
Yeah, something has come off the bat. As I said, I thought something flew off.
A bit of his bat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's taken a little chip out of it, has it? It's hard to see from here.
You must have hawk eyes, because we are a long, long way away.
Yeah, for half a second I thought it was the bail coming
Well,
off.
hold on a minute. The substitute's just taken all the bats away, and Rob Yates hasn't got one now, so this next ball could be interesting.
Oh, he's maybe not happy with any of those. Yeah, they're very fussy batters, of course.
it'll be. I mean, Rob Yates is not an arrogant man, but it'll be an arrogant piece of work to try and bat out there without a bat, wouldn't it? So I can deal with this. We're just moving into the sport, so I'll be just updating local radio listeners quite soon. 9 without loss.
And that was a leg by the end in that one run in the previous over.
Ben Ducket, 218, and he was out really to his first misjudgment, wasn't he? Making room to hit Dan Mosley, but a fantastic innings from Ben Ducket, and augurs very well for England this summer. We're just about to update our friends from BBC Coventry and Warwickshire. Warwickshire 9 without loss, and Rob Yates has got his bat back, or a bat, ready to face Pennington, who batted jolly well this morning. This over taking a long time. And Warwickshire have just started their reply to Nottinghamshire's first innings total of 400. There was some frustration for the Bears this morning as Ben Ducket took his score to 218 before he was bowled by Dan Mosley. Ollie Hannah-Dolby then quickly took the last wicket to finish with 5 for 78. Nottinghamshire 400 all out, Warwickshire 8 without loss in reply. And I've deceived the listeners there because they're 10 without loss, haven't they? They snuck in 2.
That's very sneaky and inconsiderate of them.
They'll be bombarded with complaints now. But
you didn't say you're on a delay.
True, yes. 10 without loss. Yates has 9, and Davis to face Pennington. Just defends this one into the offside. Rob Yates and Alex Davis have started the season extraordinarily well.
Well, they've started the season well. You look at Yates, 191 against Durham, and a couple of half centuries against Hampshire, and he's been terrific with the ball as well. He's registered his best bowling figures for an innings and for a match so far this season. It's been really good all-round contribution from him.
Here comes Pennington. Good straight delivery, which right on middle stump, and Davis defends out into the covers. Good over that from Pennington. A disrupted one by Rob Yates' bat difficulties. 10 without loss, and very interesting to see Ollie Stone back at Edgbaston. Of course, he's had so many injuries, Ollie, but very popular here at Warwickshire. Did spend a lot of the time here out injured, but when he played, he did produce some truly exhilarating fast bowling. And if he can produce a bit of that now, well, Nottinghamshire would be very happy.
Well, that's right. I think he's popular everywhere. I was just talking about his wonderful demeanour, and he's got a challenge because mentioning Yates and what he's done, well, Alex Davies, of course, 256, his highest first-class score with a magnificent double century against Durham, 149 against Hampshire. Here's Stone around the wicket, gets on top of that Yates and just presses that out towards point. Do you know, look, when a lot of people talk about whose action they like, people are really, they're, I guess, obsessed by actions. I'm a lover of a quirky run-up. And the thing I love about Ollie Stone is the lean. He leans to his right side as he's running in. You keep thinking he's going to turn a corner. He's in now, and it's just defended out towards mid-off, no run. So it's like when a truck's taking a corner and it gets that high-sided vehicle, gets that lean. It's a little bit like that. I keep thinking he's going to veer to one side.
Yeah, it's a fluent run-up, isn't it? It's a fluent approach, and when he can get it all right, everything is right, he's fully fit, he's flowing, he is formidable. And it'd be nice to think he could figure again for England, because when everything is right with Ollie Stone, he's top class.
Bowls to Yates, who this time defends to mid-on, no run. Yeah, definitely is something. I mean, when you think of all the stuff Rob Key's been saying about wanting to find genuine pace and bowlers who can really ruffle batters just through their speed through the air. Well, Ollie Stone can certainly be one of those. But that's the problem. Bowling fast, as it turns out, is not easy on the body. Who'd have thought? Stone into Yates, who plays that with a very straight bat. He's just defending to the offside this time.
Well, that's a really good point, of course. And I remember talking to Ollie a couple of times during his time at Warwickshire when he got another niggle and quite serious injuries, of course, it was. And I said, obviously you must be talking to the physios about managing the way you bowl. And he says, well, yeah, but I just love bowling fast. You know, and he really just loves tearing in, which is a great mentality, but it does put wear and tear on you.
Certainly does. Here he comes again around the wicket. That one is left by Yates, and you can hear the ooze because that has actually come right back across to the point where Joe Clark has had to take a massive dive to his right. Late movement there from Stone. Don't think that missed the stumps by too much.
Yeah, I think Clark took that one about where leg slip would be. It went a long, long way after it passed the stumps. I think perhaps the H left it on length a little bit. It probably went over as well, but what a delivery.
So some good signs in this over for Stone. He bowls. This time it's outside the off stump and left more confidently by Yates. But that was a good over from Ollie Stone after being dispatched for 2 boundaries off his first 2 deliveries. I suspect it won't take him too long to get back into the swing of things, and he's just getting a pat on the back from his teammates. Appreciative, no doubt, to have him back in the side. 10 for none.
And what an excellent little confrontation this is, isn't it? Pennington and Stone, 2 really talented fast bowlers against probably the 2 most in-form opening batsmen or batters in the country. So this promises to be quite a little session up to lunch if the weather holds, and at the moment thankfully it is, as Pennington starts his second over from the pavilion end, and Davis has a loose waft at that. Was he sort of leaving it? I don't know. Sort of one thing or the other.
It was almost as if a tennis player playing a double-handed volley at the nets, that one. Most unusual. What I loved is that he repeated the shot as if it was, you're really deliberate.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how deliberate that was. It looked indecisive.
Yeah, I think he may have been beaten there and just tried to I meant that, honestly. Here comes Pennington again. Underneath the Edgbaston floodlights, and he's caught it slip. Superb delivery by Pennington. Davis squared up completely. There's not much that he could do about that. He had to play at it because it was going to flatten off stump, I think, and it was edged a sharp chance to first slip, and that's the breakthrough that Nottinghamshire wanted. The man in such good form, Alex Davis, goes for naught, and Warwickshire 10 for 1, and Nottinghamshire are having a very good morning.
They certainly are having a very good morning. Terrific bowling from Pennington, completely squared him up. And the previous delivery we'd seen, he was posing some problems as well. So Davies has just been in such good form for Warwickshire, but it'll be interesting to see what happens in this next little passage, because we certainly saw when Warwickshire were bowling that they were able to get wickets in clumps. They did get Azeem Hamid out early, and then there was a gap, but when one came, others followed. So now with this ball being new, and it is doing a little bit, heavy cloud now, the ball's still hard, so real opportunity here for Notts.
And a really sharp catch, actually, and that was an excellent delivery from Pennington, but Young had a lot to do there. It was decent height, but it was to his right and it was travelling fast. That was the sort of slip catch, Mel, when I played club cricket. I hated going in the slips just in case one came that fast, because my word, you've got to be good and you've got to get your fingers around it, otherwise you can get seriously injured. That was a super catch from Young. Very, very good cricket all around from Nottinghamshire, and Warwickshire under a little bit of pressure now. 400 was the Nottinghamshire first innings, And Warwickshire 10 for 1, with Pennington and Stone steaming in on a grey day underneath the floodlights. This isn't easy batting time. 3 slips and a short leg in now for Pennington, as the new batsman is the left-handed Will Rhodes. Here comes Pennington. Rhodes plays it half off an edge but controlled, going into the gully.
Well, he's another one as well. 178 not out. Will Rhodes against Durham, high scoring one. Also a half century against Worcestershire and one against Hampshire as well. So the top 3 have just been in terrific form for Warwickshire, and that's, I'm sure, very pleasing for Mark Robinson, the coach.
Here comes Pennington. Rhodes turns it to the squarer of the 2 backward short legs. Well, it's more of a square leg actually, but there's no run. Yeah, Mark Robinson did actually muse just in the run up to this game that numbers 1, 2 and 3 have been in such good form that the actual rest of the batting order think, well, we haven't had a go yet. We feel we want to get stuck into this season. But
That's called wanting to have your cake and eat it, isn't it?
It's a bit greedy, isn't it? And I have to say, over the years, rarely have Warwickshire's 1, 2, 3 been in this sort of productive mood. They've had a few problems up top over the years. This is another super delivery from Pennington, which Rhodes leaves, and that one did not miss by much. It missed, so therefore it was a good leave. But my word, that was a close one too.
Yeah, it's treacherous out there at the moment, isn't it, for the batters?
Excellent first division cricket, this, isn't it? Really, really good spectacle for the shivering spectators.
You know, yes, I mean, I am here almost sitting on this heater. I did tweet something about how the players are really proper hard, but boy, my admiration for the spectators.
Absolutely.
Huge.
Pennington in again. Defended by Rhodes, and he'll get off the mark with a scampered single to the offside. A superb over that from Pennington. Every ball imposed pressure, and one of them dismissed. Warwickshire captain Alex Davis caught at first slip by Will Young for naught. Nottinghamshire 400 with Ben Ducket a brilliant 218. Warwickshire 11 for 1.
Yeah, Pennington really showed in that over just why Notts were after him. It was a really good early over from him. Movement, every ball, you felt like something might happen. Now it's Ollie Stone to continue the pressure from the other end. He hasn't conceded a run off the bat since hasn't conceded a run since he was flayed for a couple of boundaries early. He's got 3 slips in for Rhodes, the left-hander. And once he kind of found his line and length, it's a handful. He's in now around the wicket to Rhodes. Leaves that one, and just keeps the bat raised in the air for I'll hold the pose, but not the one you normally see. It's good bouncing though. He's getting good bounce and carry. Is Stone got one to move an awful lot very late in his last over. So they probably will be thinking, yes, leave on length, because that late movement might be particularly dangerous. As Stone starts his run up again, he's in bowls. This time just left outside off stump. More calmly by Rhodes.
It might be getting a little darker, do you think? Which, as if the batting isn't awkward enough out there, facing Ollie Stone tearing in from the city end. What a test this is for the batsman. But it's definitely getting a little darker out there now. The light's looking a little bit more influential now. I think there is a bit of rain forecast for the next hour or two, but let's hope it stays away, because this is absolutely compelling cricket.
It certainly is. Let's keep all our fingers crossed. Stone in to Rhodes, and a good bounce again, but he got up tall and just played that with control into the covers. No run. It definitely has got a lot darker out there, and I try to keep an eye on the shadows. If we start to see the shadows from the floodlights, the big E floodlights here at Edgbaston, You start to think the umpires might have a bit of a chat, whip out the old light meter. Rhodes standing tall as Stone is in, and this time defends to mid on, no run. It's a bit of a breeze out there as well. We've heard it howl a few times. The flags are flapping quite a bit. So again, just making things a little bit more uncomfortable for the batters. I'm sure a few of the fielders must have hand warmers in their pockets today. So I was looking at it. It says it's 8 degrees, but feels like 5. I reckon it feels like -5, but I'm Australian. Here comes Stone. In, well defended. It was a fuller delivery, again with some good bounce, but Rhodes had the measure of it. Just got on top of it again, which he's done quite well. Just one ball remaining in Stone's over. It's been another runless one, so I'm sure he didn't like a little welcome back he got from Yates with a couple of boundaries.
I'm a little surprised, you know, that there's not a short leg in and maybe another slip. I mean, why not go for broke here? Just 3 slips.
As in comes Stone, and he's played across the line there. It's ended up going down to mid-on. They won't get a run, so that's back-to-back maidens for Stone, keeping things tight. And I think even as during that over, it feels like it's actually got a bit darker. Those shadows are becoming a bit clearer around the players.
Yeah, I think with 2 very fast bowlers operating at high speed and in good rhythm, I think the umpires might have a word in a moment. What a test this is for these 2 left-handed batsmen, and if Warwickshire can come through this little session with just 1 down, I think they'd have every right to feel quite pleased with themselves. But the umpires aren't talking yet. One of them is looking at his meter, but Pennington is going to start his 3rd over. 1 for 2 from the first 2, and this one is the first poor ball he's bowled, just fading away down the leg side, and Clark scuffs his way down the leg side to take it just in front of the pile of sawdust at the city end. 3 slips and a short leg. Rob Yates, as you say, Mel, pinged the first 2 balls of the innings for 4. It's been a battle since then. He's number 9 as he seeks to continue his excellent start to the season. Pennington around the wicket now, and beautifully played by Yates through the offside. Hasn't quite got enough on it to get to the boundary, but he'll get a couple of runs up to the Hollies stand.
Just a little release of pressure. He was almost cramped with that shot. It wasn't really wide enough to cut. It was quite close to the body. He did actually really well to get enough on it.
Yes, he adjusted well, and I think what we're seeing here is a bowler full of form and confidence against 2 batters full of form and confidence, and that makes for a good contest, doesn't it? Here comes Pennington again around the wicket, and this is punched through the offside, and this time I think he will get 4. He's got a little bit more on that to the Hollies side of the ground, which is the shorter boundary, and that is a boundary for Rob Yates. And again, as you say, Mel, the pressure just lifts slightly, and Warwickshire needed that, but this has been a good start to 6 runs off the first 2 balls of the over, just throwing a punch back after Nottinghamshire have been throwing all the punches for the last 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, it's not like they're really poor balls by any means. It's actually just a really good contest. He's adjusted, and be interested to see what Pennington comes up with here, because he's just been played to that same part of the ground out to deep point twice.
What will he go for? A good straight delivery, which can only be defended. That would have flattened middle. Robert Yates got a full bat on it. Yes, they've kept the gap there. I think they're trying to tempt Rob Yates a bit. There's nobody between gully and mid-off, so there's an ocean of space there. And as you say, they weren't poor deliveries which were put away there, but Rob Yates just timed the ball so beautifully that it flew away towards the boundary, and that's all we're going to see for now, because the umpires have decreed that the light has deteriorated too far. It's really a real shame, that, isn't it? Such good cricket. And you can obviously see the safety issue. The batters were doing really well, weren't they? And it was such a fantastic contest, but unfortunately it's been put on hold for the moment. Nottinghamshire have struck an early blow to reduce Warwickshire to 17 for 1, but they are going off for bad light, so please do keep an eye on the various channels, and we will be back as soon as play resumes. forecast is marginally better later on, isn't it? But cold. And Warwickshire are under a little bit of pressure in reply to Nottinghamshire's 400 all out. They were 17 for 1 when bad weather brought an early end to the morning session. England batter Ben Ducket took his score to a brilliant 218 this morning before the last 2 wickets fell, one to Ollie Hannon Dolby, who finished with 5 for 78. Warwickshire then lost in-form captain Alex Davis for a duck before bad light and then rain arrived.
Yorkshire are currently 424 for 5. At Kidminster, the match between Worcestershire and Somerset. Somerset declared their first innings closed on 309 for 9, and in reply Worcestershire have reached 14 but now lost from 5 overs. At the CFC League Stadium Bristol, the match between Gloucestershire and Middlesex. Middlesex were dismissed at 203, and in reply, Gloucestershire were 82 for 3. There is a ground delay, and play was hoping to commence at 1:30. At the Upton Hill Ground, Leicester, the match between Leicestershire and Northamptonshire, there was a delayed start there. Northamptonshire declared their first innings closed on 453 for 7. And at lunch, Leicestershire was 17 for 1. At the Clear Oval, the match between Surrey and Hampshire, Hampshire were dismissed for 151, and at lunch, Surrey in reply 209 for 6.
Well, hello everyone, welcome back to Edgbaston, where, surprise, surprise, we're going to get some cricket. It's very, very dark still overhead. The floodlights are on, but thankfully it's dry at the moment, so we are going to get a resumption in this Division 1 game in the Vitality County Championship Division 1 between Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire. Notts 400 all out exactly. If you went with us this morning, Ben Ducket got his double 100. He went on to make 218 before being bowled by Dan Mosley. And Warwickshire were 17 for 1. They lost their captain Alex Davis for 0 to Dylan Pennington. But Yates and Rhodes have advanced the score to 17 for 1. And the gloom brought out the umpires' light meters. And once the players were back in the pavilion, the rain began to fall. Here is Pennington then. He's got an over to complete, 2 balls left in it. Bowls to the left-handed Rob Yates, who's on 15, pushes this out onto the offside. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. Brian Holford's here with us today, and Mel Farrell trying to keep warm. We're all trying to keep warm. It's a chilly old day, isn't it?
I've succumbed. I'm wearing my heaviest winter jacket inside. I'm snuggled next to my friend, the heater. Yeah, it's brutal. It's really, really cold today.
Had a nice lunch. That was a nice warming experience as Pennington, who got the only wicket to fall, bowls on the pads of Yates, drops it on the leg side, and there's no run. Apparently lunch was taken at 10 to 1. I missed that memo. I wasn't on the list. I didn't see the social media one, hence the start at 1:30. The ground staff have done very well actually to get the covers off and just take the rope round the outfield, so we're good to go. But it is very, very gloomy, isn't it?
It is gloomy. I mean, it's interesting because it doesn't look any lighter to me than when they actually went off initially. But I do appreciate the fact that the players and the umpires are keen to get cricket happening.
Yep.
That is good. Ollie Stone is going to continue from the City end. He went for 8 runs off his first 2 balls, but hasn't conceded a run since. He's bowling to the left-handed Rhodes around the wicket. The first ball, he gets good bounce again, just on the off stump, and just fended off by Rhodes. Yeah, it does get good bounce. Something out of this pitch does Ollie Stone. Got some late movement early on, and he bowled before the break.
It's familiar territory for him, of course. This is his 2nd season with Notts.
Stone in again. This time it's just gently turned into the onside no run by Rhodes.
We didn't see much of him last year. Just played, he made 2 first-class appearances, but didn't play much of a role in the second one, although he did come out to bat out the final over. Came in at number 11, hobbling badly, and playing out the last 5 balls from Jimmy Anderson, with Notts 9 wickets down to ensure a draw. So a little bit of hero status for that, a little bit of bravery for that.
3 slips in for Rhodes. Stone is in and just defended. Stone does the fielding. I see a few hands in pockets out there as well. So
the old hand warmers. They've been doing a roaring trade, weren't they, today?
I want some. I actually have never held a hand warmer.
I'm the same, and I do football matches, soccer matches all winter in the freezing cold. There's frost about, there's snow about, and think, where's all those cricket hand warmers they talk about?
Stone in bowls, just chipped through mid-wicket, but won't get past the fielder. So again, this is tight stuff from Stone. There's a really good battle just before play was suspended. It was really brewing. Having got the early wicket of Alex Davies. Him out for a duck, edging to first slip. It was really good bowling by Pennington.
Somewhat ironic that the 2 top scorers in the country, Alex Davis and Joe Clark, going into this round of matches, both out for 0.
Stone bowls. Rhodes, there is an edge there, but it's just to the left of the slips fielders, and it's all the way to the boundary for 4. So such is the pace of Ollie Stone. You don't have to get too much on it to get good reward for that. Takes the score to 21 for 1.
Now, there's some bowlers that I think you need to be sideways on, really, just to appreciate how quickly he's bowling, or at the non-strikers end, or umpiring, or something. Certainly not at the batting end. You don't want to be down there facing him, but he's quicker than he looks, I think it's fair to say. Just wonder if there's a few spots of rain in the air. It's difficult to detect, but it's starting to look as if it might be one of those days where we might just be on and off all day.
Well, they've just plugged that gap with a gully. Stone is in, and this time it again and just goes straight back to the bowler. So some probing stuff there by Stone, and Rhodes able to almost control that edge, if you like, and get the 4 runs. So the only scoring shots for Stone have been over the boundary rope. So he is.
Here we go. We're going again. Look, we're going again. So we've had 1 over from Ollie Stone, and I think 2 deliveries from Dylan Pennington. I thought there was a spot or 2 of rain in the air, and hugely frustrating. We have yet another interruption with Warwickshire 21 for 1, replying to that Nottinghamshire 400. The noise in the background, just turn off the effects microphone for a minute or two, because it's obviously like the one at Trent Bridge. It's very similar to the one at Trent Bridge. The hover cover, it makes one heck of a row, but it does such a good job. It gets the hover cover out there quick as a flash. The guys at this end, there are 4 guys at the 5 guys at the far end dragging the hover cover, and just 2 at this end, and those at that end are sort of urging the 2 at this end just to go a little bit quicker so they can all arrive out in the middle at the same time. But just 6 or 7 seconds from the umpires waving them on, they're already out there, and the playing strip is covered. Luke Fletcher's out there, 12th man for Notts, got a hoodie on, just imparting some words of wisdom to umpire Paul Pollard and Dane Patterson. They're not exactly herring off, but it's one of those situations where it's dark, it's miserable, there's rain in the air, it's drizzly, it's not nice. It's not nice to be watching cricket. It certainly won't be nice for playing cricket, and unfortunately I think the forecast for the rest of the day, and indeed for tomorrow, looks something similar to what we're experiencing now. So sorry for dragging you back from whatever you'd found to do over the last hour and a half or so, and briefly giving you a glimpse of what might be with a little bit of cricket. We've had 8 deliveries, they've gone off. It's 21 for 1. Appreciate you being with us. If you want to get in touch, you know where to find us on the old socials, at Brace Cricket, at Melinda Farrell, if you want a word with Mel. And of course, we'll be here. We'll have a cup of tea, we'll look out of the window, we'll watch the grass grow, and hopefully we'll see the rain stop and the umpires come back out. And when they do, we'll return to the commentary, and we'll invite you to join us then.
Hello, mate. Yes, no worries. I'm not sure we're going to get any more today, mate. There's a glimmer of hope for later, but it's certainly going to be nothing for the next hour or two. Sure. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. No worries. They liked it. I have to say, it's amazing the stuff they come up with. It's not as good. It's not as entertaining as the Q&As with former players. They are good fun. The members less so. Well, fortunately, I'm just the conduit. Yeah, they ask the questions, I sort of rephrase them, and the chief exec and the director of cricket do all the hard bits. Come in. Yes, Rob, we're off for rain at the moment, which is a real shame because we saw a tremendous session of cricket this morning. Nottinghamshire were bowled out for 400, Ben Ducket finishing on a brilliant 218, and Ollie Hannon Dolby taking 5 for 78. Warwickshire were then 17 for 1 when the rain arrived. Alex Davis was caught at slip off Dylan Pennington for naught, and we had a super duel between two high-quality English young fast bowlers, Dylan Pennington and Ollie Stone, and two banging form batsmen, Rob Yates and Will Rhodes. Warwickshire avoided further damage, but they are going to be under a little bit of pressure when they resume. Looking at the rain now, Rob, I'm not sure whether they're going to be resuming today, in which case will they call it off in time for me to get to the breaks for their crucial encounter this afternoon? No. Yes. Yes. Okay. Okay. No worries. Okay, mate. Cheers. Yeah, I've just redialed. It should be up again. No worries. Cheers.
stuff because the players came out to play.
Yeah, I noticed. Were they actually going to start?
No, they started. They played.
Did they?
Yeah. The girdler got himself on air. Oh, all the microphones are on here now. Look at this. Excellent.
Oh yeah, they've gone up to 21 for one.
Well, hello everybody, welcome back to Edgbaston. After quite a lengthy time off the field due to initially bad light and then the rain, we're very much looking forward to play getting back underway in the next minute or two. Understand we've lost 33 overs in the day's allocation, beg your pardon, 22 overs in the day's allocation, 54 overs therefore remain, and it's going to be Dylan Pennington to bowl as we get back underway with Warwickshire 21 for 1. Brian Holford's here, part of the commentary team. Melinda Farrell, I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham, as under the Edgbaston floodlights play resumes with Pennington bowling to the left-handed Yates, just tickles it down to long leg, and we've got some more cricket. But 85 minutes or so before lunch, went off 35 minutes early for lunch, and then came back and had 8 deliveries. Mel, it's been hugely frustrating.
Well, it has, particularly because whenever we've had cricket today, the periods we have, has actually been really high quality cricket. Some great contests. Seeing Ben Ducket get his double century, Hannon Dolby getting his 5 for, some good batting by Pennington, who now has the ball in his hand.
He comes running round the wicket and left alone by Will Rhodes. 2 left-handers out there, Rhodes and Yates. Yates the opener, 16 not out. Will Rhodes came in at the fall of Alex Davis's wicket, just nicked one from Pennington, carried nicely into the hands of Will Young at slip. And Alex Davis, like Joe Clark of Nottinghamshire, went into this game after a very productive first 3 matches. Davis had 481 runs to his name, Clark 480, and both gone without adding to that as Pennington bowls to Will Rhodes. Born in Nottingham, began his first-class career with Yorkshire, now with the Bears. Been skipper for the last 3 or 4 years, and pushes this back to the bowler Dylan Pennington. No run. Not many, I was going to say not many inside Edgbaston. I fancy there might be quite a few down below that have managed to find a warm spot behind the glass watching on, but there's not many sat out in the fresh air, and I don't blame them as Pennington bowls again, turned onto the leg side. A quick push and run, in comes the shy from Lyndon James, narrowly missed, and in all probability Will Rhodes would have got home, but slightly risky. It was one that they didn't have to take. They're obviously keen to get the board moving, but hit it straight to the fielder and went.
Yeah, it was pretty tight at the best of times. And, I gotta say, this is the first time I've actually watched Dylan Pennington live. Really, really like him.
Comes in again, tall, fair-haired, bowls, asks a lot of questions of the batters. This one just short of a length. It popped up, almost rattled Rob Yates on the gloves, but he played it nicely down onto the leg side. So after a period where there's a lot of rain up and down the country, right now 3 o'clock up and down the country there's play in all 7 county championship matches, which is a really good thing to behold on a day of certainly mixed fortunes weather-wise.
Yeah, just everything about Pennington, his run up, his delivery, very easy on the eye.
Comes in again, bowls, and Rob Yates solidly behind it. So that's the first over after the resumption. A couple of runs from it. Warwickshire are 23 for 1, just very quickly before Mel picks up commentary. Essex 159 for 2, replying to Durham's 358. Surrey with a decent lead now, 287 for 7 at the Oval, replying to Hampshire's 151 all out. At Kidderminster, no play before lunch, but they're underway now. Somerset 309 for 9 declared, Worcestershire 23 without loss. Division 2 at Bristol, Gloucestershire 179 for 4, replying to Middlesex's 203. At Grace Road, Leicestershire 74 for 2, replying to Northants 453 for 7 declared, and Yorkshire declared 450 for 5 centuries for Joe Root and Harry Brook. Derbyshire a poor start there, 23 for 2.
So it's going to be Patterson now. Bowling change, we have Patterson from the city end. He's in a first ball. Rhodes just turns that down behind square leg. It's fielder in the deep, so they'll just come back for the second. So Ollie Stone was opening the bowling, but now we've got Dane Patterson coming in.
Patterson this season played in 2 of the 3 matches, taken 6 wickets at 34 apiece. That's much higher than he's gone over the 3 years he's been with Notts. Of those 6 wickets, he got 5 for 49 against Essex first time he bowled.
He's in now around the wicket. That's left alone quite safely by Rhodes. Of course, he's had an interesting time because he played in that Test series in New Zealand, a very controversial Test series that because of the clash with the SA20, it's fair to say that the players who went, none of them would have been first choice players, you imagine, although some of them have done a really good job of pressing their case, perhaps.
Yeah, Patterson was certainly one of those. Got a lot of wickets in the one first-class match before the Tests and really impressed in both Test matches.
He's in now to Rhodes, who leaves this one again. That did come back across a little bit. He's angled that one into the left-hander. Just left alone.
Because his Nottinghamshire teammate Will Young was in the opposition, part of the New Zealand squad for that very short Test series with, as Mel says, South Africa fielding very much a second string side, or players that weren't likely to play in the domestic T20 competition.
As Patterson comes in once more around the wicket, that's just defended into the onside down towards mid-on. You look at David Beddingham as well. He's another one who's having a good start to his county season as well. And I mean, he did get picked to play in that series against India, and was off to New Zealand as well for South Africa. So I guess maybe even when it was far from ideal, maybe some new talent unearthed perhaps. Here is Patterson, and this time is managed to clip it through to mid-wicket. They take off for the single, and the throw comes in, but it was well wide, and they would have been home anyway. So a single there. Again, happy to take on the fielders in the ring. It's 26 for 1. Rhodes has moved on to 9.
Yeah, Jack Haynes, that was. He's pretty much patrolling the leg side on his own. He's mid-wicket. There is a mid-on, also a long leg, but any drop and runs, and it's all down to Jack Haynes on the leg side.
Yates now on strike as Patterson's in, just leaves that one. He has a nice leisurely roll of the bat over the ball as he left that one, and that is the end of the over. 26 for 1. Yates on 16. Rhodes now back on strike. He's on 9.
Fair to say it's very, very chilly here still, and quite a lot of rain fell. We all, I think, at various points just popped outside. Even on the TV gantry, there's lots of puddles of water where the rain fell. It was quite heavy for a while. The umpires did quite right in both instances where they took the players off the field, because it was initially for bad light both times, and it was very quickly followed up by a downpour. There's Pennington. Shadows around him from the floodlights. Bowls now, good delivery, but Will Rhodes had nothing to do with it. He just almost turned his body away from it and let it sail over the top. It was never going to endanger the stumps, because just pitched it too short. There's good bounce, there's good carry, as there usually is here at Edgbaston.
It certainly is. I've given up. I'm wearing my heaviest fleece-lined hooded jacket at the moment.
Pennington in again, strikes him on the back pad. They're asking the umpire, and he's given. Richard Kettleborough has sent Will Rhodes on his way, and Pennington's got a second. 26 for 2. He was deep in his crease, didn't really go anywhere, and certainly couldn't leave that one on length. Thudded into the back pad, I fancy, and in the umpire's opinion would have gone on to hit the stump. So Will Rhodes has to go. 2 important breakthroughs, both made by Dylan Pennington. It's Will Rhodes, LBW, to the former Worcestershire man for 9.
Well, they were really confident, weren't they? And what a performance this is from Dylan Pennington. He's removed two of the top scorers, certainly the best of Warwickshire's batting lineup at the start of this season. And the captain, Alex Davies, the former captain, Will Rhodes, both of them have been terrific, both with big centuries, double century in the case of Alex Davies, century in the case of Will Rhodes. Now, Rob Yates has also been exceptionally good for Warwickshire this season. How important is it now that he does remain the rock? Because, as we were discussing before, because the top three have done so much of the work when it comes to the batting with Warwickshire, haven't always had to rely so much on the lower order. But Ed Barnard comes out, the vice captain, and he has a half century, a high score of 89 this season, scored against Worcester in round 1. So a right-hander coming in to join the left-handed Yates.
Yes, of course, he knows Pennington well, both at Worcestershire together. He also knows Notts pretty well. A big century, I think it was 164 at Trent Bridge against Notts in his last year with Worcestershire a couple of seasons ago. Terrific knock that was.
Well, we did see Barnard bounce Pennington this morning.
There's Pennington in then to his former teammate. First ball just shapes away. It was of a good length. Just started around about 6 or 8 inches outside off stump and just nibbled away a little bit further.
Yeah, so we did see we saw a little bit from Barnard to Pennington. So I'm interested to see if we'll see a little bit of, hey, remember this?
Started well again. Dylan Pennington went into this match with 6 wickets this season from his first couple of matches at 39 apiece. Actually feel he's bowled better than that as Barnard eases us into the offside, fielded by Hamid. Best of 3 for 62. Wouldn't have thought it'd be too long in his Nottinghamshire career before he bet his figures of 3 for 62. There's going to be some 4s for and 5s for around the corner for him. Of course, he's opening the bowling here with Ollie Stone, so that's particularly potent attack for Notts if they can keep this pair on the field. Lots of other options, of course. Luke Fletcher not playing in this game. Brett Hutton also not playing. Next ball, good bounce, good carry over the shoulder of the bat and through to the keeper. Brett Hutton, who was the County Championship's leading wicket taker last year with 62. Has got off to a slowish injury hit start to the season, Brett, so he's one to come back. So too Fletcher, but Stone, Pennington and Patterson in this game, and of course the all-rounder Lyndon James. I wouldn't have thought it'd be all that long before he gets a go as well. Piles of sawdust at each end of the ground. One at this end's been slightly disturbed as Pennington comes in again. Really good delivery. Left alone by Barnard, didn't flinch towards the ball, lets it go through into the gloves of Clark, and it's the end of the over. 26 for 2.
And continues to be impressive, Pennington. It's been an outstanding spell, one that has been interrupted a couple of times, but every time he comes back out, he looks very, very threatening. It's going to be Patterson continuing from the city end. Just looking across, there is a breeze, although oddly enough, the Warwickshire flag, the Bear and Ragged Staff, is flapping a lot more than the Notts flag. Don't know why. Here's Patterson. He's in and he's played at that one and he's got the edge. Another one. This time it's Patterson and it's Yates. So all 3 of Warwickshire's high scoring top batters are back in the shed. It's 26 for 3 and Nottinghamshire's bowlers have been relentless.
Terrific ball. I also fancy it was a terrific catch from Joe Clark. Had to go a long, long way there, Clark, to cling on. Not had a great game, Joe Clark, of course, out for naught, but that will do his confidence a world of good. A terrific catch, and as you say, will also be a real feather in the cap of Dane Patterson, because he's got a good one there. Rob Yates out for 16, and Notts have got a bowling point. They've got 4 batting points, got a bowling point now. This is a ground that traditionally, historically, they've not gone so well at, but they're certainly on top in this one right now, 26 for 3. And of course those breaks in play, they can only benefit the fielding side, the bowling side, because Dylan Pennington, Dane Patterson, Ollie Stone, they've had the opportunity just with those breaks just to get their feet up, so they're not being bowled into the ground yet by Asiba Mead, and it's been difficult, I think, on each occasion and in different light for the batters to start. This is really good from Notts, 26 for 3 the Bears.
Well, again, we see wickets falling in clumps in this game, which is what we certainly saw with Notts, but the difference was that after losing Hasib Hamid in the first innings, they were able to have that terrific partnership with Slater and Ben Ducket in particular, who really held Nottinghamshire's innings together. When you look at all the other scores in this game, it just makes his innings look better and better. So Dan Mosley it is. He's out in the middle, and Patterson is into the left-hander. Oh, he has a little nibble at that one. First ball, little look, doesn't look too flustered though. Played inside the line, of course.
Just keep asking questions all day, Dane Patterson. He'll put it in a good area if he goes for runs, so he goes for runs. He'll just walk back to his mark, give me the ball, and he'll come in again and try and create problems, try and catch the edge. Taken more than 50 wickets in each of his 3 seasons with Notts. That's a terrific record.
3 slips in for Mosley as Patterson is in. He just works this with a nice little wristy flick in to the onside, and they take off for a single. It's him off the mark then. Barnard yet to get off the mark. He's back on strike now. Mosley, of course, it was who got the wicket of Ben Ducket. Magnificent double century. Dan Mosley came on, bowled one over, and it was a wicket maiden. The big scalp as well. So that might give him a little bit of extra swagger to his step today. He'd love to back that up with some runs. Super talented young player, but it's Barnard on strike now. Here's Patterson, bowls, and that's just clipped into the onside. No run. Wicket doing the fielding.
Not easy batting this light in these conditions against these bowlers. They've got most bases covered. Patterson, with all the experience in the world, is knocking on the door of 580 first-class wickets. As we've been hearing, has played Test cricket a few years ago and very recently. Dylan Pennington, full of youth and exuberance and pace.
Here's Patterson over the wicket. Mosley, oh, Barnard rather, sorry, just prods this one out to point, so no run. So they've got an 80, Mosley's 80 and Barnard's 30. So sometimes if there's a wrinkle on the shirt, the wrong, just the wrong place, even though one's right-handed, one's left-handed.
No, but certainly in the field, you know, occasionally, yes, you're right. Yesterday, you could see a diving stop and you could just see the zero. And had to sort of go with your hunch.
Patterson in over the wicket again, and it's big shouts, but not really sure what for, because he just played that one out mid-on coming in, and that is the end of the over. A successful one for Barnard, getting the wicket of Rob Yates. Caught behind, good catch by Joe Clark, terrific ball by Patterson, and Warwickshire in a wee bit of trouble here, 27 for 3. Mosley on 1, Barnard still yet to get off the mark, and Pennington is going to continue. No, why not? He's 2 for 10 after 5 overs. Real handful.
Yeah, Notts have still got some work to do. This is a talented batting card for Warwickshire. Jake Bethel is listed to come in at 6. Michael Burgess, who I remember him getting a big 100 against Nottinghamshire in his Sussex days. At 7, Danny Briggs, the 2 Pakistan internationals, Amir Jamal and Hassan Ali, and Oliver Hannon Dolby, who I'm sure somewhere has took the match ball in his cricket bag, or cricket coffin as they call them, for getting his 5th wicket of the innings this morning. Here's Pennington in again strikes on the pad. Again he asks umpire Kettleborough. And there's a lot of Stuart Broad in his appealing with Dylan Pennington, which is something I'm getting to know, because he ran all the way down to the other end, almost celebrating with the slip cordon before turning and looking at the umpire. But he really did ask the question there. He wasn't going to die without knowing, and Richard Kettleborough had a decision to make, but it wasn't too dissimilar to the Rhodes dismissal.
He was jumping up and down like a kangaroo. It was a proper Stuart Broad celeb appeal. It was the full celeb appeal, that one. No jazz hands, though. He loses points for that.
They'll be feeling good now, Pennington. Bowling with good rhythm and pace in again, and the slip cordon all... Look at them all throw their arms up in the air, and then those arms quickly just flop back on top of their Nottinghamshire caps. The 3 slips and the keeper all did exactly the same as that one. Found... its target, but whether the target was bat first or pad first, I'm not sure, but either way he'd got outside the line and negated any potential LBW appeal.
We're in the middle of a super spell here.
It's good stuff from young Dylan. Comes in again and bowls, and this one hits the splice. He dug that in a little bit shorter, runs out onto the offside. Saw him on his debut, actually, and funnily enough, his debut was made not with the red ball, not with the white ball, but with one of those crazy pink ball matches that they experimented with a few seasons ago. I think it was 2018 at Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire versus Worcestershire County Championship pink ball match. We'll have a mid-afternoon start and go on into the evenings. It was cold, it didn't really work under the floodlights, but Dylan Pennington made his first-class debut against Notts at Trent Bridge in that game, as this delivery goes through Moseley and into the gloves of wicket-keeper Clark, who played in that game, by the way, and actually saved the day for Worcestershire, batted all through the final day, scoring a magnificent 177 not out.
He uses his height to such good advantage, because he's getting some really good bounce, extracting that out of the pitch, and with the pace he's got, you can see it's just hurrying the batters a little bit.
Comes in now. This is the 12th over of the innings, worked through mid-wicket. Nice shot from Moseley. Well, they're going to settle for 2. I think there was 3 there. Ollie Stone chased it out almost to the mid-wicket boundary. Way to our left here, the western side of the ground.
Yeah, that is the long boundary. It was a nice shot in the end, just a little bit fuller by Pennington, angled in to Moseley, and he really just clipped at that one. That was a good shot.
Moseley on to 3. Ed Barnard to get off the mark. Next delivery on its way now, nice and full, and free flow of the bat without ever properly timing it. He just played the ball on the bounce up to a Seba Mead at mid-off, end of the over. Notts rush round. Don't want to get into any sort of overrate trouble later on in the innings or in the match. 29 for 3 they've got, the Bears. Moseley 3, Barnard yet to score. The men out in this innings. Alex Davis before lunch, caught by Will Young at slip from the bowling of Pennington for 0. That was 10 for 1. And since this recent restart after 3 o'clock, Will Rhodes LBW Pennington for 9. That was 26 for 2, and Rob Yates caught Joe Clark ball Patterson for 16, 26 for 3.
So here's Patterson after a successful first over. 1 for 4. He's into Barnard. Oh, and he's had a little flash at that. I don't know if he actually pulled his bat up or kept his bat up just in time, but whistled over the stumps into the hands of Joe Clark. So there's just the feeling that there is no respite at the moment. There wasn't when Stone was in. There certainly hasn't been when Pennington has been bowling, and Patterson has kept it up beautifully. Barnard taps his bat, raises it. Patterson in, bowls, and he's just deftly defended that to point. No run.
He's usually got a plan, Dane Patterson. You'll very often see some of his past wickets, he'll have bowled away swinger, away swinger, away swinger, and then the unsuspecting batter will have either shouldered arms or not gone at the next ball with any intent, and that's the one that he's jagged back, and he's either thudded it into the pads or knocked over the off stump. He's quite adept at moving the ball late, but in both directions.
Patterson, right arm over, and it has that time I definitely think he's played at it, and it's gone quite low through to Joe Clark, but here's some excitement again. Barnard just puts his bat down and fixes his gloves and has a little bit of a think about things, because that one did not look like it would have missed the top of the stumps by much.
No, it was lovely, aggressive, penetrative bowling.
It's dangerous to leave, I think, Patterson. He's in, bowls this one, and it's firmly defended with a straight bat by Barnard, and Patterson does the fielding.
Just noticing the switch in that Dylan Pennington has gone into the covers and Lyndon James is down at long leg. I didn't notice an obvious signal from Asiba Mead, but I wouldn't be at all surprised if Lyndon James is going to replace Pennington, which in a sense is a shame, because I was enjoying watching him bowl, and he's right on top of it, but of course you can't keep him going forever, can you? And it may well be that Lyndon James, as they've swapped fielding positions, may be on for the next over.
Patterson in, bowls, and again a play and a miss by Barnard. He's living dangerously, but he's being made to live dangerously by some very good bowling from Barnard, who's just getting the ball to move just enough to really trouble the batters. A little bit of a away movement. Then the odd one that stays true.
Only been out there for 20 minutes or so, though, haven't they? Perhaps a little early for a change, but they've certainly swapped fielding positions.
Barnard survived that one. In comes Patterson, and he's survived another one, but again, it absolutely throttles through to the keeper. End of the over from Patterson, and it was another good one. Where does the respite come, the release come for Warwickshire? Because at the moment it's relentless from Nottinghamshire, and they've got Warwickshire 29 for 3. Mosley on 3. Barnard still yet to score after that last maiden over from Patterson.
Yep, as you were, though. It's still going to be Dylan Pennington. No real reason to take him off that early. Going to be bowling to Mosley, the left-hander. He's already removed Yates and Rhodes, the other lefties. This one's driven up to mid-on. Good tumbling stop there from Ollie Stone. Had to go to the ground and to his right quite sharply. Decent bit of work. There are 3 slips. Will Young, the Kiwi international, is at first. Ben Ducket, if anybody deserves a rest, it's Ben Ducket. He's at second. And Calvin Harrison, not leading wicket taker so far this season, is at third, the leg spinner with 12 wickets so far this season. There's Pennington round the wicket again, bowls. This one past the outside edge, through to Joe Clark. 29 for 3 it remains. We're in the 14th over. Didn't hear an announcement for tea. Usually tea's taken when 32 overs remain. If that's the case, we're about an hour away from tea, so I don't know. Sometimes they sort of stagger it, don't they? The overs that are left, and split it in the middle in terms of taking a tea break, but I'm not sure when it is. There's Pennington again, past umpire Kettleborough, and this is a nice looking shot onto the leg side. Lots of posted fielder out there, Lyndon James, and they come back for a couple. They don't, they only got one. It's 30 for 3. Got to that quickly, didn't they? Again, I thought there was perhaps the chance of coming back for a second, but good work from Lyndon James.
Dan Mosley has the ability to make a really simple shot look really nice. He's got lovely wrists. When you see him play that shot through, whipping it through mid-wicket. Very good to watch.
Pennington bowls. This is dropped on the leg side. Surrey now 9 wickets down at the Oval. Hampshire made 151 yesterday. I'm sure they would feel that was below par, but Surrey now 9 wickets down. Jordan Clark is 80 not out. I'm sure he's having a merry old thrash at the end. He's got Dan Worrell with him. Another boundary, 326 for 9 there. So Surrey, the defending champions, lead Hampshire by 175. Here's Pennington in again, bowling to Barnard, turns this behind square, and he's off the mark at last. Ed Barnard up and running, 31 for 3.
Oh, that'll be a little bit of relief for him to get off the mark, because at the moment there's just not much for Warwickshire's batters. They've been under the pump really since this innings started. They've had to deal with poor light, going off and going on again, and then of course the wickets falling and facing some seriously high quality bowling.
Pennington in again, bowls and defended thanks to Brian, who's all over the interval times. Tea will be taken at 4 o'clock irrespective of overs today, so that's good to know. So where are we now, Mel? Getting on for 3:30.
So 30 minutes.
Why? They've only been out there. They've only been out there for an hour. Why can't they stay out there for 3 hours and give us our money's worth? Well, it's a good question, isn't it, really? It'll be typical. It'll be nice during tea, and it'll be gloomy again when they come back out. 31 for 3. Another word from Mel Farrell, and then for the first time since the resumption, it will be the voice of Brian Halford.
Well, it's worse when it's been a morning. They've not played. They come out for 20 minutes and go off for lunch. Here is Patterson. First ball of his next over, and it's just defended by Barnard, who suddenly realised he'd taken a big stride forward in defence and stopped, and suddenly realised he was well out of his crease and hopped back into it quick smart. They've got 3 slips in. Patterson 1 for 4 off his first 3 overs. So this has really been impressive across the board from the Notts bowlers. In comes Patterson, right arm over, just gently defended, patted back down the pitch by Barnard. And the need to just consolidate by these two, build a partnership that can withstand the pressure that they're being put under at the moment. And Mosley in particular, you watch him bat, and he's got so much flair and style. As Brian Halford has now joined me back in the commentary box. Patterson in with a very straight bat pushed out to mid-off. So yeah, switch your mic on.
Hi, Mel. I've also just put a second sweater on because it's not getting any warmer, is it?
Yeah, do you want me to push my heater
That
over
would be
a little
quite
bit?
nice. That would be lovely. You are hogging it a bit.
Sorry, I am hogging it. You're right. I've been putting my feet on it at times, resting my legs. I've sort of been straddling it as well, and practically sticking it up my jumper. Anyway, here's Patterson. It's just flicked by Barnard to mid-wicket. So he's struggling to find the gaps at the moment. He's making contact but hitting them straight to the fielders on the ring.
Yes, tremendous stuff this from Nottinghamshire, and Dane Patterson's come straight in and bowled really well. 1 for 4 in his 4th over. Pennington's bowled beautifully, and Dolly Stone at the moment, of course, is having a nice little rest, so he's there to come back fresh and firing very soon. So Notts in a very, very strong position.
Been good bowling to watch. In he comes again, and there's flash of the bat by Barnard, and he gets 4 runs. Played that late, used the pace, good timing and placement as well, and that's 4 runs. So his first boundary, Ed Barnard, that will be a relief. And possibly the first time he's been given a little bit of width to play with by Patterson.
Yes, the first loose ball by the South African, and Barnard was quite savage on it. Ed Barnard, who's been in good form this season as well, Warwickshire's batters have been, but Yates, Davis and Rhodes, who have been scoring runs for fun this season, managed 25 between them this afternoon in the face of really good bowling and also very good catching.
Patterson bowls to Barnard, defended straight back. And that's going to be the end of Patterson's over, rather. Gets his sweater from the umpire, and it's 35 for 3. Mosley on 4 and Barnard on 5. I do like the fact that Dan Mosley is playing cricket right next to a suburb called Mosley. I find that particularly satisfying, but then I'm very sad.
Well, I wonder if I don't know where Dan lives. He may even live in Mosley. I mean, several of the cricketers do, I think.
Yeah, that would be fantastic. Something tells me he doesn't. I just think that'd be too much of a good thing. I mean, you don't want to be. You wouldn't want a name like Hagley, would you?
Here comes Pennington. Whether there's a village somewhere, I'm sure there is, called Pennington. He's turned to the leg side here by Mosley, and he gets a single. And it is important that Warwickshire get this scoreboard ticking over again, because it really has been a gruelling battle for them in pretty much as difficult conditions as you could get with a bat, isn't it? Really good bowling, moderate light with the floodlights on. It's damp and claggy and windy. There's a little bit in the pitch still, with the ball still relatively new. It's a real test for these two guys now, Mosley and Barnard. Rob Yates got stuck in there for quite a long time, but then I think got a pretty much unplayable ball, didn't he, from Patterson? There's very little any batsman can do about that. Super ball and a great catch from Clark. Here comes Pennington again. His 44th ball of the innings, and Barnard is forward in defence.
And that's the other thing that's been helpful for Nottinghamshire. You look at Pennington is in his 8th over now, but he's had the opportunity to have a little bit of a rest because of the breaks in play. So even those things have been helping Nottinghamshire out, but they've also made the most of it.
They have. They'll be very keen to keep on forcing this game forward, because the weather forecast for tomorrow doesn't look very good at all. So Monday looks good, but we're likely to lose some time tomorrow. Pennington in again, another good delivery which Barnard plays inside of deliberately. Good leave, because that was another lovely shaped away swinger from Pennington, who's bowled absolutely beautifully, the former Worcestershire man. And I'm just thinking, on this evidence alone, Mel, Nottinghamshire, are they contenders to win the title for the first time since 2005? They look like a pretty good team to me. Bat and ball, early days, but they look very strong. Pennington is in again, over pitched and driven, and that will probably make it to the boundary. It's being chased out there towards extra cover, and there's just enough on it to get to 4. Barnard didn't quite time that perfectly, but got enough on it to reach the boundary. And the second boundary in the last few minutes, Warwickshire is just starting to break the shackles that have been so tight for the last hour. 40 for 3 in reply to 400.
Yeah, well, I mean, I just haven't really watched enough. It's certainly what you would say on the evidence is that the bowling attack is serious.
It certainly is. Pennington in again. This is guided down into the slip safely and along the ground by Barnard. No run. And
while there is good batting, though, they're not always going to have, you would imagine, Ben Ducket around. And also they're not going to want to be relying on him all the time for the runs that he scored today. Now, obviously, that's just on today. They've got other batters who've done extremely well, like Joe Clark this season too. They just didn't happen to not fire in the first innings. But when you look at across the board, they've certainly got a lot of talent.
Pennington again gives us a lot of chance to swing right up there in the block hole, but Mosley watches it carefully. It stays 40 for 3. Yes, Dave would be the man with the expert view, of course, but I've always thought in the last few years Nottinghamshire's red ball cricket sort of they've got lots of really good parts, hasn't really come together as an effective whole, and if that does happen, then who knows, they could challenge what's likely to be Essex and Surrey up there at the top this season.
Certainly Essex and Surrey look to be the ones setting the benchmark, and I think that's probably what most people expected. But yeah, but based on what we've seen so far, which is of course on an overcast day, lots of moisture around, but doesn't matter what the conditions are, it's how you use them. And this Knott's attack has used those conditions really well. Patterson is 1 for 8 after 4 overs. He's in now to Mosley, who just whips this one through the leg side, beats a diving fielder at mid-wicket, and that's another boundary. He plays that whip across the line so well. Nice wrists, good timing. Great to watch Mosley when he bats like that.
Yeah, he times the ball beautifully, and if Dan Mosley stays in for any length of time, then the runs will tick over. He can't play any other way, and he's played some really good positive innings with his side in this sort of situation, backs to the wall, so he won't be unnerved by this pressure. In fact, some of his better innings have been played under it.
He's on strike now, waits. Patterson is in, and this time, well, he went to whip that one down the leg side. Don't think he got anything on it. Joe Clark went for a big dive and a tumble, and the ball slipped away, and I've ended up scampering through for a run now. What was that signal, Brian? Is there a signal from the umpire? Did he get bat on it?
I think that was an extra, because I think Mosley was on 9.
Yes, he was. So I didn't see the signal from the umpire. I don't know if he got anything on it at all, or if they've actually just run a by. Come up on the scoreboard hopefully in a minute. In comes Patterson over the wicket, and that's off the outside part of Barnard's bat, but along the ground to backward point.
Dan Mosley already, of course, has had quite an impact on this day by bowling Ben Ducket. It took an awful lot of doing, didn't it, getting Ben Ducket out? So Warwickshire were very grateful when that happened. Dan Mosley came on and immediately delivered a wicket maiden to end Ben Duckett's brilliant innings. Otherwise, Nottinghamshire, they were batting with quite a lot of comfort this morning.
In comes Patterson to Barnard, and there's a big shout, all the hands on the heads, because it's just got a bit of bat pad maybe on that occasion. I thought there might have been 2 sounds there. Yeah. Anyway, the 2 batters have just gone to have a chat in the middle and an obligatory fist bump, but they are being tested, this pair. Yeah, Dan Mosley, he's getting a reputation as a bit of a golden arm if he keeps doing this, because he did that as well. He took a wicket when he came on first over in an earlier game this season here. In comes Patterson, and that's a genuine play and a miss there from Barnard. You can hear the shouts. The shouts tell the story.
Yeah, that was so close to the outside edge, equally close to the off stump. Absolutely superb delivery. And if you get one of those as a batter, you've just got to hope that it misses everything. And it did.
Yes, fortunate for Barnard on that occasion. They really are being put through the ringer right now. Barnard waits, takes that little step back and across, and this time he fences that one down to the fielder backward point. Bit of a misfield, and they've managed to amble through for a run. That was Jack Haynes in the fielding with a little fumble there, but it's the end of the over. 46 for 3, Mosley on 9 and Barnard on 10, although you felt like he did well just to survive that over from Patterson.
Absolutely. And if Warwickshire can get through to tea, which is at 4 o'clock, with no further damage, they will be absolutely delighted, because There was some tremendous deliveries being bowled. You are right, actually. I mean, maybe I'm getting a bit giddy tipping Notts to challenge for the title. You could not have better bowling conditions than this, could you? But as you say also, you've got to still use them. And all three seamers, Ollie Stone's only bowled 4 overs and didn't take a wicket, but he bowled very quickly and very well. And they've really bowled with an incision that I don't think Warwickshire's seamers had. Ollie Dolby bowled really well for his fifer, but collectively they weren't this good. Barnard works this one through the vacant 4th slip area. He'll get a couple of runs here. He might even think of a third as it's chased down to third man now. Just 2 runs to Ed Barnard, moves to 12. I suppose the first objective now for Warwickshire is just to get to the follow-on figure, which didn't look any sort of formality at 26 for 3. 251 they need just to make sure that doesn't happen.
Absolutely, that would be very frustrating. And I mean, it is good just to bring up the Warwickshire bowling.
Pennington is in again, well pitched up. Possible single there, but they don't start quickly enough on it and deciding against it. No run.
Yeah, I remember thinking the first game I was just wondering where the real venom was going to come from Warwickshire's bowling, but I think Hassan Ali has looked better each time. It almost felt like he's got better with each over getting in, and of course you've got Ahmed Jamal, who just stepped off the plane the day before, so you probably would want to cut him some real slack.
Pennington in again, and this is nicely played off the back foot, but straight to gully by Barnard, and there's no run. Yes, definitely Jamal looked rusty, didn't he, as he's got every right to be, having hardly bowled with a red ball for a while. 0 for 48 from 10 overs. Warwickshire performance director Gavin Larson, actually speaking to members at lunchtime, did say that Liam Norwell and Chris Rushworth are both likely to be out for about a month at least. Rushworth with a calf problem and Liam Norwell with a torn shoulder muscle. So Warwickshire's bowling attack is going to remain depleted for the foreseeable future. Pennington is in again. Barnard is forward. What I do like about Pennington, Mel, is that he pitches the ball right up, doesn't he? He makes the batsman play most times, and he gives the ball a chance to get up there and swing, and this is really good pressure bowling.
I mentioned before too, he uses his height to good advantage because he's able to extract some good bounce and see good carry through to the keeper. So there's so many elements there that could be providing danger.
Here he comes again, and that's another good delivery which just nips inside the defensive shot of Barnard, wraps him on the pad. It was going down the leg side, but another moral victory for the bowler. 48 for 3.
And he's certainly been able to target the pads with alarming regularity for the Warwickshire batters.
Slips, Crouch alongside keeper Joe Clark. Pennington is in again. That's another super delivery, another LBW appeal. I think there was a bit of wood in the sound, and there was no appealing from behind the wicket, but a series of excellent balls and false shots in that over. Another super over from Pennington. I just wonder, will he go through all the way through to tea? I mean, when someone's bowling with this fluency, you think, well, why would you take him off?
Well, what's that? 9 overs he's bowled on the trot, but there's a big but in that because they have had a couple of breaks in there. So he has had a break, but gee, I've just got a little bit of a break here as there's some adjustments to the clothing by Dan Mosley, and then we do have that obligatory fist bump again at the city end. Patterson is patiently waiting till they get everything sorted out. yes, at the moment, it just feels it's survival. There have been a couple of probably more attacking shots from Mosley, as is his wont. But he is on strike now. It's Patterson in, stride forward, and there's a big shout. He'd taken a very big step forward. So that would have always been a difficult call. It's very hard to judge the line from where we are. But still every delivery seems to be fraught with danger for Warwickshire and full of potential for Nottinghamshire.
It's an interesting time for Mosley to go down the track, isn't it, to a high quality fast bowler.
He's on strike again as Patterson is in and bowls. It's a full ball. There's that shot, that little wristy flick through mid-wicket. It goes all the way to the boundary for 4. Any opportunity he has to send the ball that way, he just gobbles it up. So it brings up the 50 for Warwickshire. There'll be some relief in that. 52 for 3. Mosley moves on to 13. Barnard is on 12. And just looking at that, Mosley's 13 off 17. Barnard has struggled a lot more to actually get the scoring shots in. Patterson is in again and up on his toes as Mosley. Plays that one down to mid-on, no run. But it's that 3 boundaries here, or 3 shots, I think I had 2 boundaries, come from that lovely wristy whip across the line. It's a great shot to watch.
Exquisitely timed as well, aren't they? I mean, and the bowlers know that if they just err just slightly in length, they will be punished, and that's good pressure for the batters to put on the bowlers, and Warwickshire need to reverse the pressure a little bit because it's all been on them this afternoon.
Mosley's the most likely to do that as Patterson is in its full, and it's just dug out straight back to Patterson, who drops the ball, but it was going to be a bump ball anyway. Just leisurely picks it up, goes for a little conference with Ollie Stone and the skipper. So yeah, Mosley is definitely the most aggressive, and just the natural score, you can't bottle him up, I think, as much. You're going to get his wicket if you do, because he's so aggressive.
Okay. They are back on, Rob, and Warwickshire are in a battle here. Nottinghamshire made 400 all out with a brilliant 218 from Ben Ducket, his 5th first-class double century, and the Bears have lost their 3 big guns. Rob Yates, Alex Davis and Will Rhodes have been scoring runs for fun this season, but they got just 25 between them today. Yates 16, Davis 0, Rhodes 9. 2 wickets for Dylan Pennington, the former Worcestershire bowler. Notts are bowling superbly. Mosley and Barnard are getting stuck in for the moment for Warwickshire, who need 251 to avoid the follow-on, and they're 52 for 3.
Oh, up on his toes, Mosley was playing that one just out towards deep cover, and he gets a couple in the end, so he moves on to 15. At the end of that over, it's 54 for 3. So just a little bit of counter punch from Mosley there, and you do feel that he is the one. Barnard has been the one who's looked a bit more like proper survival mode.
And the umpires have just taken another light reading and having a conversation. I don't think Warwickshire would be too distressed if they were to be invited off the field, but that's bad news for Warwickshire, I'm afraid. They're going to carry on. They've got another probably 3 overs.
14. Pennington is continuing. 10th over for Pennington. And the way he's been bowling, why not?
Well, I think actually it's Ollie Stone.
Oh, it's Ollie Stone. Oh, they've put it up. I looked at the scoreboard and then I've looked down and it is 2. Yeah, he's not quite as tall. Still blonde, but...
I think that the scoreboard automatically goes to the last over bowler from this end. But no, Ollie Stone's back in to the attack from the pavilion end this time. His earlier spell was from the city end, and his first ball squares Ed Barnard up, and Barnard could have sent that anywhere, but fortunately for him squirts it square of the wicket for a single. So Ollie Stone's in a nice position for a fast bowler. He's got probably 2 overs. Just let it go and give it all you've got and see what you can do. And if Nottinghamshire could winkle another one out before tea, my word, they'd be in a strong position. They'll be really, really hoping that the weather stays okay after tea, won't they? Because Nottinghamshire can, I mean, if they could have a full evening session bowling in these conditions, Warwickshire are going to have to bat really, really well to stay out of trouble.
Oh, the thing is, it's not just the weather, it's the light.
Of course. Stone in, Yorker, well watched and well dug out by Moosley. Yeah, I think the light may be the biggest factor. The floodlights even now are really quite dominant, aren't they? You can I'm a little bit surprised that they weren't taken off just a moment ago, but I noticed the umpires are in touch between most deliveries. So
yeah, they're also looking up frequently towards the sky, I think.
3 slips. In my humble opinion, there should be 1 or 2 more than that. Inner Stone tries a bouncer and Mosley ducks underneath it. I don't know how well you have to bowl to deserve more than 3 slips, but crikey. I do understand, of course, that you don't want to let Warwickshire get away runs wise, but I'm just thinking there's 3 guys in the ring saving 1 on the offside. I mean, I think a 4th slip or a gully might be effective. It'd be very frustrating for Notts if one goes through the cordon through a gap. Here comes Stone around the wicket to the left-handed Moosley. Quick delivery, which Moosley defends out onto the offside.
Yeah, like that doesn't surprise you. You're an aggressive kind of man, aren't you, Brian? You go all out, no mercy, in.
I like to see others be aggressive. I was encouraging aggression in others. I'm the most passive person in the world. I'd have them all on the boundary. But aggression is an absolute portrait word for Ollie Stone, the bowler, and he's dropped at 3rd slip. That was a difficult chance to 3rd slip. It was a super delivery which Moosley was drawn into driving at. The catch for the 3rd slip fielder, who I must admit I can't recognise from this distance.
I think it might be Calvin Harrison.
It was a juggle. He almost diving to his left. He got 2 hands to it and then almost clutched it as it fell out of his grasp, but couldn't. And Moosley is reprieved. And what a blow that would have been for Nottinghamshire to strike as Stone comes in again, and this is short and Moosley up on his toes. Just plays it back down to the bowler. Super over from Ollie Stone, and it should have had a wicket.
Wow, well, we're talking about the bounce that and carry that Pennington has been able to extract. Ollie Stone not being as tall, often being quite skiddy, but he's found some very good life out of this pitch. And I think that ball, it actually, as it got to the slips, it almost seemed to be climbing on Harrison. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Harrison.
And
it was climbing on him as it sort of went past him.
It was travelling very quickly, wasn't it? And to be fair, it must be cold out there. That was a difficult chance.
So Patterson continuing, and is just crisply driven into the covers by Barnard. They scamper through for a well-run single, which brings Mosley back on to strike on 56 for 3. And it had looked to be like Barnard who was in the most trouble, but gee, that was absolutely super bowling from Ollie Stone.
Yeah, and that would have been just the perfect bowling change, wouldn't it? Ollie Stone coming back in and striking almost straight away. But Warwickshire learned the hard way that drop catches can be very costly. Ben Slater, of course, was dropped on naught and went on to get 70. Mosley will be looking to do the same.
Mosley on strike around the wicket. He takes a step forward into Wards Patterson again, and just turns this one into mid-wicket. Short mid-wicket does the fielding work, but again, just like a little bit of talk about aggression. Well, Mosley walking down the wicket to Patterson.
Well, that's absolute squaring up to the opposition, isn't it? They're saying, look, I'm not just going to let you do all the dictating here. Coming down the track to a bowler of the quality of Patterson when your team's under the cosh, that's aggression from Mosley.
Patterson right arm around, and that is played with a very high elbow straight to short mid-wicket by Mosley. No run.
It's a shame that mainly because of the weather, I think. There's not a huge crowd here, is there, to say the least? Although I think there are more than it looks. It's just that people are shivering inside. But this is really high quality first division cricket, isn't it? And it deserves a much bigger audience. I hope lots of people are watching it on the live stream and listening to us and enjoying it in that way. But this is top quality cricket.
Certainly is. Mosley waits again as Patterson is in, and again he plays that wristy flick. That shot is a joy to watch, but this time it's been stopped on the boundary, and they were looking at coming back for an extra run there, but in the end, I think that was Barnard sent Mosley back. But he loves that shot. They've now got protection on the boundary for that shot because he's punished them a couple of times. And you talk about the quality of the cricket, and it's the contest in particular between Patterson and Mosley I've found quite interesting. It really is. Two boxers just moseying around the ring, just feeling each other out. But here is Patterson now to Barnard. Plays that into the ground and into towards cover. No run.
Yeah, there was a great little duel in the small session of play earlier on between Ollie Stone and Rob Yates as well. Rob Yates in absolute prime form. Ollie Stone looking to bowl himself back into England contention, and they locked horns as well. There's lots of really fascinating duels within this contest.
Yeah, you're right. This innings, in particular, here we've just seen such high quality bowling. Been really good to watch. So Patterson in once more to Barnard, pulls this one, it's shorter and it's in his slot. That is 4 runs. There's a bit of release of pressure. It's been tough going for Barnard, but he puts that one away nicely, and it's 61 for 3 now. Barnard moves on to 18, Mosley on 16. It's the end of Patterson's over. Little back and forward there, but that must have felt nice for Barnard to get that away.
Very quick onto that, wasn't he? And it is a decent batting pitch, isn't it? And if there's a little bit in it for the bowlers, just enough, a good cricket wicket, as one of the interviewees described it yesterday. But if you do overpitch or if you do drop short, then you can be punished. And Barnard, considering he's been in ultra defensive mode for the last hour, just seized onto that one really well. We're into the last over before tea. Now, can Ollie Stone replicate the brute of a delivery which should have got him a wicket in the last over? And it's Mosley who's facing again. Drives pleasantly into the offside, fielded at mid-off, no run. 61 for 3. Notts will be thinking, blimey, it should have been 50 odd for 4. But as you say, Mel, I was probably a bit hard in describing it at the time. That was a difficult chance. It was at a nice height, wasn't it? But it was going very, very quickly and to his left. So, yeah, it was a tough chance. But I'm pretty sure that Kelvin Harrison will feel having got there, he should have clung on. Stone around the wicket to the left-handed Mosley. Short delivery, which the batsman easily sways out of the way of. Very good catch earlier on, actually. We don't know whether I mentioned too much about the catch that got rid of Rob Yates. The catch that got rid of Alex Davis by Will Young at first slip. That was travelling a lot, wasn't it? And what a huge wicket that was. Alex Davis has just been piling on runs this season. And for him to go for naught right at the top of the innings has sort of really set the tone for Warwickshire's travails ever since. Here comes Stone again. Good, well pitched up delivery, but Usually knows that one's wide and lets it go through to Clark.
Yeah, some good, and Clark himself took a very good catch as well. So there has been some good, and then just that one going down by Calvin Harrison. Of course, we saw a drop catch be reasonably costly for Warwickshire in the first innings. That of Slater, dropped on naught he was.
3 balls remain in the session. The first one is punched away to extra cover quite confidently by Dan Mousley. 61 for 3 in reply to Nottinghamshire's 400.
The more you see of this, the better Ben Duckett's innings looks, doesn't it? Although I think the Notts bowlers have bowled particularly well.
Yep.
Be interesting to see what they can do once the ball stops swinging as well.
Indeed. Stone again, and you'll be disappointed with that one. Well wide of off stump and an easy leave for Dan Mousley. 1 ball remains in the session. An absolutely terrific session, albeit truncated by the weather, and I fear we're going to get a bit more weather damage after tea. The weather forecast isn't great, and as you say, Mal, it's not a question just of rain. The light is it's been murky. I think it's been murky all season, hasn't it?
Yes, it has. Bit of sunshine.
Here comes Stone, last ball of the session, punched through the offside, and Dan Mousley will take a single from the last ball before tea, into which Warwickshire will go on 62 for 4. Nottinghamshire all out for 400, and then they've made a great start with the ball. Rob Yates caught Clark, bowled Patterson 16. Alex Davis caught Young, bowled Pennington 0. Will Rhodes, LBW Pennington 9. That was 26 for 3, so 62 for 3. It's a decent start to a recovery by Ed Barnard, who's on 18, and Dan Mousley on 17. Please rejoin us in about 20 minutes' time. Or in fact don't, because you might as well stay with us, because they're staying on. We were told that tea was 4 o'clock. But Lyndon James is coming on.
I've come back to give Mal a well-deserved breather, because I think we all thought it was going to be tea time, but
we were informed by a very well-informed source at the club that tea would be at 4 o'clock. In fact, I'm going to get on to him now and bitterly complain.
You do that, Brian. Going to be Lyndon James into the attack from the City end. Hope you're enjoying the coverage on 5 Sports Extra this afternoon. Bit of bonus cricket certainly, because it's as gloomy as anything. The floodlights have been on all day, and I think we're all a little surprised we're still playing cricket. But here's Lyndon James, his first ball of the match, down the leg side, and a really good tumbling take by Notts wicket-keeper Joe Clark. Flung himself a long way to his right to take the catch. 1 or 2 people who've had the opportunity to look at the live stream and all the different replays of his spectacular catch to dismiss Rob Yates enthusing over just how good it was. Notts have let 1 chance go begging in this session. Can they end it on a bit of a high? 62 for 3. Here comes Lyndon James. 2 slips, bowls, and this was short, but not short enough to pull. But Dan Mousley tried to help it away on the leg side and mistimed it down to mid-wicket, where Asiba Mead, the Notts captain, does the fielding. Pennington and Patterson superb. Ollie Stone little unlucky. Lyndon James will be required to keep the pressure on. Just try and make sure these Warwickshire batters don't get too many free scoring opportunities. This one's worked away behind square on the leg side. Single taken, 63 for 3. I think it's perhaps best, Brian, that we don't know when tea is and just content ourselves with the fact that it's not raining at the moment, so they're playing cricket, and
Absolutely,
I'm all for that.
No Perhaps they're just going to play until they can, because we're going to get another interruption at some stage. But tea is not evidently at 4:10. So will they go on to 32 overs remaining?
Who knows? Who knows? Lyndon James then over the wicket to the right-handed Ed Barnard, stands with his bat held aloft like a periscope, and then he allows it to pass by unhindered through into the gloves of Clark. Will Young's at first slip, Ben Ducket at second, and then backward point there Jack Haynes. Dylan Pennington has bowled really well, is in the covers. Ollie Stone at mid-off, Lyndon James the bowler as I'm panning round the field. Dane Patterson at mid-on, Captain Hamid is at mid-wicket. Two out on the leg side as this one just keeps a whisker low, nipped away from Ed Barnard through to the keeper. The two I didn't mention, Calvin Harrison, who's gone out to deep square leg, about 10 paces in from the rope, and Ben Slater's the same down at long leg, just in case there is a top edge. They're sort of giving themselves a chance either way. Big boundary that, but they're just in off the rope. Slater, you can hear clapping away in our effects microphone just down below us as Lyndon James comes in again. Warwickshire 63 for 3, bowls again wide of the pegs, and it's through to Clark, who hands the ball on to his good chum Ben Ducket, both of them with sunglasses on top of their Nottinghamshire caps. I don't think they're going to need those sunglasses today. 63 for 3 and a maiden for Lyndon James.
Nottinghamshire have won the championship twice in the 21st century, Dave. Do you reckon a third one might be on the way in September?
No. I don't. I think they were outplayed by Essex. I know one game doesn't make a spring, or it certainly doesn't make a season. Like the look of the side, the squad, they can get them all out there. As we've mentioned, of 5 test players, either current or recent, in this starting 11. They've not got a good record on the away grounds of the big sides. Here, I'll include Warwickshire in that, understandably. Here's Brian Alford.
Here's one of those recent test players, Ollie Stone, well pitched up this, and Mosley goes for a drive, gets a bit of inside edge on it, but quite safe, and Stone collects.
Won once at Taunton in 38 years. Obviously, last week they had to battle away to get a draw, so that one's out of the way. Don't win at Old Trafford very often, or the Oval. They don't go to the Oval this year, but generally home and away. I know a lot of sides have trouble beating Surrey. Well, not so certainly one of them.
Here's Stone again around the wicket, and this lifts at Mosley in a rather ungainly fashion. He chops it away down to backward point for 4. I'm not sure. Maybe he was in control of that. It was certainly an ungainly shot, but he adjusted very late to the bounce and gets himself a boundary.
I was talking yesterday, I think, to Clive about 2021 when they had the group system, the conference system, and Notts in the end. They lost home and away to Warwickshire, and that's what cost them. But by the end of the year, they'd secured more points than anybody else, got more wins than anybody else. But the fact that they'd lost to the Bears in their same group at the start of the season, and then it was all something about you take the points you'd got against whoever you'd played and gone through into the final end of season. Well, of course, Notts didn't take any points through because they got whooped by the Bears. They won, I think they won 3 out of their 4 games in September, and it wasn't quite enough.
That's right, and it worked exceptionally well for Warwickshire because they took all those points forward. Stone in again, and Mosley defends on off stump up to mid-on. Yeah, it was a curious system, which no criticism because it was a strange situation.
It was all round, yeah.
And it could have worked either way, but as it did work out, it was hard on Notts, and Warwickshire took all those points through to the final stages and ended up winning the title.
I was going to say, just remind me what happened. Did the Bears win the title then, or was the Bob Willis Trophy at Lords, was that for the title as well?
No,
that was a separate entity.
Yeah, that was a separate, like the Charity Shield.
Yeah.
Which I think it just a one only show, the Bob Willis Trophy, and the Bears won it rather appropriately after it's named after a Warwickshire legend. As Mosley forces this one into the offside, sweetly timed, but can't beat the field. 67 for 3.
Help me out then. Moseley, I think you went then.
Yeah.
I've gone Moseley, all sorts of things today.
I think it is Moseley, but we're probably going to say his name quite a lot, so let's...
Mel calls him Danger Mouse, which just seems suitably appropriate, and it fudges all the issues.
He waits for Ollie Stone and forces him beautifully through the covers for 4. It's a gorgeous shot from Dan Moseley, and there's just an indication there of how true the pitch is, because Ollie Stone is quick, but that was just a little bit short, and Moseley had the time and the talent to rock back and slap it through the covers for 4. 71 for 3.
And that's Bob Willis Trophy then in 2021 at Lords. That would have been in front of the paying public. We'd got the crowds back by then, hadn't we?
I did feel very sorry for the Lancashire supporters amongst the paying public at Lords, because I think Lancashire were 18 for 5 on the first morning, and that was the end of that particular contest. And they, of course, Lancashire, bless them, had just been pipped for the championship, so they're already feeling pretty rough. Here comes Stone to finish his over and possibly the session, we don't know. Moseley plays it up to mid-off. There is no run. 71 for 3, and on we go.
Well, Notts didn't even have the consolation of playing, as you called it, in that Charity Shield, but they're at the last 4 matches in the end of the season. Of course, they didn't play Warwickshire because they went through with them, but they beat Yorkshire, Lancashire and Somerset, and obviously the prize was the county title, the county championship title. I think they're going off, and this isn't, I don't think, for the scheduled T. It's because the umpires have had a chat, and
they're also waving quite
they're concerned, aren't they?
So to the covers to come on, so I think there may be some drizzle in the air. So this isn't tea, but it will be tea now, of course, because they're departing the field through to bad light, and a little bit of a fight back there from Warwickshire. They can be really pleased with that last hour. I think they were 26 for 3 and in deep trouble in reply to 400.
I'll just kill that effects microphone a second, because that hover cover, like the one at Trent Bridge, it just drowns all conversation out.
It's very noisy, isn't it? Dan Moseley, 26, Ed Barnard, 18, have organised a bit of a fight back. But above all, Dave, what a fine game of cricket this has been so far. What's such a shame about the weather?
It is, and again, thank you umpires for not taking them off at 4 o'clock, because we got 15 minutes in there that we wouldn't have. Nottinghamshire 400, if you weren't with us at the start of the day, we played on about 85 minutes in the morning session before the bad light and then rain kept us off. In that time, Nottinghamshire advanced their first innings, scored a 400 all out. Ben Ducket making 218, the 5th double century of his career, 3rd in Nottinghamshire colours. He was dismissed by Dan Moseley, came on for just 1 over as it happened, finished with the figures of 1 for none. That's a scorecard for Dan to frame. Ben Ducket bowled Moseley for 218, and then his figures at the bottom of the scorecard there will say 1 over, 1 maiden, 1 for none, so nice figures for him. Dylan Pennington then went to Oliver Hannon Dolby, who finished with figures of 5 for 78, the pick of the Bears bowlers. And before lunch, the home side also lost their skipper Alex Davis, caught at slip by Will Young off Dylan Pennington without scoring. That was 10 for 1. They went for lunch at 17 for 1. But they were forced off, as I say, about half an hour early with bad light and rain. Eventually came back after lunch. Just 8 balls were bowled, so they went from 17 for 1 to 21 for 1. And then we didn't get any more play until 3 o'clock, and we've now had 50 runs scored for the loss of 2 more wickets. Will Rhodes LBW Pennington for 9. That was 26 for 2. And straight afterwards, the other wicket was Rob Yates, well caught by Joe Clark from a delicious delivery from Dane Patterson for 16. That was 26 for 3. Moseley on 15 was dropped. Difficult one to his left by Calvin Harrison from the bowling of Ollie Stone. But he's advanced to 26 not out. Ed Barnard at the other end. He's played nicely for his 18 not out. The rain falling quite heavily here now at Edgbaston with the score 71 for 3 as they head off for a cuppa and we'll do the same. Let's just hope the rain disappears, but already it's filling in and coming down quite heavily. So from the team, Kevin Howells, Melinda Farrell, Brian Holford, myself, Dave Bracegirdle, thanks for your company this afternoon. Just as soon as the players return to Edgbaston and cricket resumes, we'll pick up the commentary. I hope you'll join us then. Yep, all good. Unbelievably so, yes. We'll be back on for about 2 minutes, I think. Yeah, that's good news. Do you know when the playoff is? Are you going to be covering that in any way? Sure. Oh, right. Okay, mate.
Do you know what the go is? What's happening?
5:30 start.
Do you want me on?
If you don't mind.
Let's take you back to Edgbaston, the second day of Cricket's County Championship match between Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire. The latest on day 2 from Brian Halford. Brian.
Good evening, Rob. Yes, well, Warwickshire are in a backs-to-the-wall struggle, and we are going to get a sliver more play, it seems. They've been off the field since tea with rain and bad light, but we are going to resume at 5:30, and it's going to be a tough little session for Warwickshire, who, in reply to Nottinghamshire's 400, are 71 for 3. They were 26 for 3 with Yates out for 16, Davis for 0, Rhodes for 9. Ed Barnard on 18 and Dan Moosley 28 have dug in against some really good seam bowling from former Bear Ollie Stone, Dane Patterson and Dylan Pennington. It's really, really difficult conditions for batting, Rob. The floodlights are on, it's moist, it's gloomy. The Nottinghamshire bowlers are quality and their tails are up. So I don't think the Bears would be too disappointed if the rain closed back in again. But as it stands, we're going to resume again in 10 minutes' time, and the Bears, chasing 400, are 71 for 3. Yeah, no worries. Okay, mate.